สวัสดีครับผมชื่อคริสและอันนี้คือลูกชายของผมนะครับชื่อเจสซี่เป็นลูกครึ่งไทยอังกฤษนะครับถ้าคุณอยากจะเรียนภาษาไทยจนพูดได้คล่องแล้วก็คลิปนี้ตอบโจทย์เลยครับผมเองก็เคยเริ่มต้นเรียนภาษาไทยจากศูนย์นะครับแบบไม่รู้อะไรเลยจนกระทั่งตอนนี้เราสามารถสื่อสารภาษาไทยในแทบทุกสถานการณ์ในชีวิตประจำวันนะครับได้อย่างคล่องแคล่วง่ายดายเลยครับเพราะฉะนั้นถ้าผมทำได้คุณก็ทำได้เหมือนกันคอร์สนี้ผมจะนำทางให้คุณนะครับ Yes, that's right. You can become fluent in Thai too. I'll guide you every step of the way, taking you from the absolute very basics all the way up to a high, fluent, academic proficiency in Thai. So if that sounds good, well, let's not waste any time. We're going to start with the foundations of Thai phonics. All right, let's do this. Jesse, give me a high five. Yeah, all right. Hello, sawadee krab. Welcome to my Fluent Thai YouTube channel. Finally, I have managed to find some free time in my busy schedule to get this channel going. So, this is actually my second time recording this introduction because I blabbered on for way too long. And don't you find it annoying when you click on a video on YouTube and they just take ages to get to the point of what the title of the video is? So, you clicked on this video because it's probably titled something like Learn Thai from Nothing or Learn How to Read and Speak Thai or something along those lines. So it's my second time doing the introduction. Like I said, I'm just gonna try and keep this short and sweet. So yes, learn Thai from zero to fluent. I really mean that. I myself didn't even know a single word of Thai. Nothing. Nout before I started and here I am fluent. So if I can do it, you can do it too. This is going to be quite a big project. I imagine it's going to take me maybe a few years because I'm only doing this in my free time, to be honest. And it's going to be 20 courses and split into 3 levels. We've got a beginner level, intermediate and advanced level. So this is the beginner level. You can see that we've got 8 courses here. We've got Thai phonetics, survival phrases, Thai grammar, basic vocabulary, more complete vocabulary, basic sentences for everyday life, daily life topics, and then a 1,000 sentences series, which actually takes us through 10 main key topics in everyday life, like work, travel, health, love, and whatnot. And then with each topic, we break it down into 10 subtopics, and each subtopic has 10 sentences. So there you go, 1,000 sentences. And next is the intermediate level. We're going to learn some slang and idioms, news and social media, Thai culture, arts and literature, Thai history. And then for advanced level, we're just going to learn a whole ton of specific vocabulary terminology about more sort of higher academic subjects that you would find possibly in university or in the workplace. So healthcare, science, geography, engineering, business, law, political, and religious. So by the time you finish this course, and by the time I finish making it, it's going to be about somewhere between 3 years plus to really go through this whole course, review the videos often, really get to grips with all the vocabulary. So it's going to be exciting. I myself am actually really looking forward to doing this. I've been wanting to do this for a long time, and I'm really glad to get started. So before we start, if this is the first video you're watching, I imagine it is, you're probably wondering who I am. Who am I? Great question. I have already done a video which I explain about that. Am I recording? Yes, okay. So if you want, I recommend you go watch that video where I give a pretty good introduction of who I am and my credentials, if you can say that, for doing this course. So why have I made Fluent Thai? Why am I doing this channel? Why am I, let's just put it bluntly, sacrificing hours and hours, I don't know how many hours it's going to be, of my time in making these videos, in doing all this, putting it out on YouTube? Well, pretty simple answer, isn't it? Because I want to help you to learn Thai. In a sense, I'm doing this to help my past self. So I started learning Thai when I was about 21 in England. Decided, okay, I'm going to go to Thailand, going to have an adventure, learn the culture. And the only thing I had was a book. It was called Complete Thai, came with a CD. And I just sat there in my bedroom for about 3 months, just hammering out these phrases and vocabularies from this little book, and it was all right. But I would have loved to have access to something like this, because back in the day, I don't know how long ago it was, 18 years ago. Man, that's a long time. YouTube wasn't that big at all, I don't think, and so yeah, there weren't any videos like this out there. So I've always wanted to have the opportunity to help someone who is in a similar situation that I was in, and so I really hope that this video helps you. Not just a single video, but it's going to be a whole load of videos. Just the main course itself is going to be 20 courses, but outside of that, I'll probably do other videos related to Thai and culture and life here. So it's going to be somewhere between maybe a 30 to 50 hour course. Sounds good, right? Well, it's even better. It's all absolutely free. And you may be thinking, what? You're going to do all of this for free? Well, yes, I am. And also, I should say, not just the videos are free, but also I have made available the PDF for every course. And it's basically just the PowerPoint slides saved as a PDF. And you can download for free any of the courses that you want. There'll be a link below, so just go ahead and click on that. If you see me looking around, I'm just checking on my kids. They're playing. Okay, how to support. If you appreciate the fact that I am doing all of this for free, and this video series has greatly benefited you in such a way that you would like to help support me, well, honestly, the easiest way is to just share and comment on this video and all the videos, because that helps with the YouTube algorithm, which in turn helps me with view count, and providing I get to the YouTube threshold, then I can make a bit of income on the ad revenue, right? Just a heads up, for all my videos, I'm only going to put pre-rolls on. So if you ever see ads during the video, that's not me, that's YouTube. I don't want to get in the way of your learning. So at most, there's only going to be one pre-rolled ad if I get to that threshold. All right. Providing I do get to that threshold, well then another easy way is there is a thanks button under the videos in YouTube. So if you'd like to contribute in that way, you can do so. If I haven't met that threshold, then I'll also include payment links. I might just include them anyway, because the thanks button, or the way that you contribute through the YouTube platform, they take quite a big chunk of it. I can't remember how much, maybe it's about 40%. So if you are able to, then a more direct way would be a better way to benefit me financially in support. Okay, that's all of that done. So thank you very much for listening to that introduction. I tried to keep it a lot shorter than my previous attempt. So let's begin. The first course is Thai phonetics. I should say that each one of these courses is probably going to be about 2 to 3 hours ish, I guess. So this was the longest course to prepare because it was just so detailed. But the other courses, I think I should be able to pump out every 3 months or 2 months. It's been really difficult at the moment because we just had a baby, so super busy. All right, guys, let's begin, all right? You will have to put up with my rambling off topic sometimes. It's just who I am. So let's get used to it. All right, Thai phonetics or phonics, all right? Why learn phonics? Very, very important question. Let's answer it. Why learn phonics? Well, phonics is the key to mastering pronunciation and tones. Phonics trains you to hear and produce Thai sounds and tones correctly from the start. I'm going to be trying my best to not cough, so if you see me like, you know, I'm okay. I'm just trying to keep back my cough a bit because I've only just got over my COVID cough. COVID cough sucks, doesn't it? It was like I had this for like 2 months now. Okay, I should say from the beginning as well that this, like all of these 20 courses, ideally they're for somebody who wants to speak Thai fluently. I mean, I said that in the beginning. So if you really want to speak Thai fluently, like almost as well as your native tongue, then you've got to learn phonics. You can't be using English to read Thai. I mean, just think about it. You read English in English. A Thai person reads Thai in Thai. They don't use another language to read their own language. It just doesn't make sense. So if you really want to be fluent, you've got to be like a native in that language and be able to read the language with the language itself. Got it? All right. So let's just get that down. Why learn phonics? Read and write with confidence and understanding the connection between letters and sounds makes reading and writing a whole lot much easier. I might have some bodily functions happening, burping and whatnot. Just I put up with it. It's going to be a long video, and I'll try my best. But instead of like wasting tons of hours editing, I'm just going to put this up as soon as I'm done. Okay. Why learn phonics again? Another key point is that you will be learning faster and independently. With phonics skills, you can figure out new words on your own without relying solely on tedious memorization. All right. So let's look at our course for Thai phonetics. I have 7 units for us, and we'll just see how quickly we can go through them. Okay, so today is script. All right, let's look at script. What's the origin of Thai script? Thai script actually evolved from ancient Indian scripts, primarily, I'm going to make a bodged job of these words, Brahmi, through its derivative, yes, the Pallava script and the Khmer script, I think that's how you say it, which also incorporated significant influences from Sanskrit. So for those of you who'd like to know, there you are. It's got some origins in India. The text layout. Thai script writes from left to right, but with no spaces between words. Thai can, though not always, uses full stops, commas, exclamation marks, but question marks are optional. Okay, let's have a look at an example. So this is an example of a Thai text. This will be quite interesting, actually. If you are unable to read Thai right now and you are learning this course, well, hopefully, when you finish this course and actually do all of the homework and application yourself, which is a whole lot of more work in your own time, you should be able to come back and read this text. So I'll read it for you. It says สวัสดีครับผมชื่อคริสเป็นคนอังกฤษนี่คือคอร์สสอนภาษาไทยสำหรับชาวต่างชาติชื่อว่า Fluent Thai ผมหวังว่า there's a spelling error there. There's 2 R anyway. คุณ you should know that if you finish the course. ผมหวังว่า it's too many R's an extra R คุณจะชอบครับขอบคุณที่ชมและติดตามครับ As for what the meaning is, well, you can figure that out when you finish the course. You might be familiar with some of the words anyway, even if you can't read it. Keyboard function. In order to accommodate the entirety of the Thai script, that being consonants, vowels, tone markers, and specific punctuation symbols, the standard English QWERTY keyboard will have multiple choices for each key, which can be utilized via the shift key. So it looks like this. In English, we just have like one letter per keyboard, right? But because they have more letters than us, they use the shift key to access the top one. All right, so it looks like that. All right, writing. You may have noticed that the majority of Thai consonants will have a small circle, that of which is the starting point for the stroke order of that consonant. If I'm going like too fast in all of this, then forgive me, but it's a video, so you can just go back and read it, watch it again, read it again. There's even a setting button in YouTube where you can slow down if I'm speaking too fast, but I can't help it. I've only got like an hour each day to make this video, so I'm sort of feeling a bit rushed, but I'll try and go at a steady pace for you. Where are we? Yeah, okay, so Thai vowels can appear all around the script, either on the left, right, above, or below. Thai script is mostly written left to right, then up to down. We're talking about individual letters here, depending on the vowel, not the whole sentence. Of course, it's already known that it's written left to right. We're talking about letters. Okay, for example, take these two consonants, which are Tao and Non-N, I think so. It might be Chogata. I can't remember. Anyway, you'll see that they start from the circle, they go down, and then you go left to right. So that's one quick way to know how to write them. Okay, start from the circle. Let's keep going here. These are, so those were consonants, right? These are vowels. So the red marker would represent where the consonant would be. So you can see that vowels can be above, below, on the left, or on the right. Alright, so for example, my name, Chris, written left to right, but quite similar to, English, except that CH is another version of K, so they just take the K, they don't take CH, because CH just means K in some instances, for example, Chris. So they've got the first one, which is a K, the second is an R, the third is the vowel I, and then the fourth is S. So essentially it is reading like left to right. You just have to sort of go up and down sometimes depending on the vowel. Okay, so that's the script. Lovely jubbly. How was that? Alright, well done. Let's keep going. 5 tones. I've got 37 minutes. Can we do unit 2? Tones. Thai is a tonal language of 5 tones. Each word has a fixed tone. Some words can have multiple tone possibilities which will affect their meaning. For example, ma with a mid-tone means come, but if you say ma with a high tone, that means horse. Should we hear it again? Ma, 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 ma. Okay, that's the difference. This may seem daunting at first, but in reality it's not, because sentence context will always help the listener to know what the most likely intended meaning of the word is. So just like relax, okay? When you come to speak a tonal language, if this is your first tonal language, it may seem like, oh, if I say the wrong tone, I'm going to say like, oh, I'm pooing myself, or like, I hate you, I want to kill your stepfather, and like, just relax, okay? They obviously know what the intended meaning is from the context. Why would you suddenly be, talking about something and then go off topic and say you want to eat dog poo instead of saying you want to ride a horse? So it's not as daunting as it is, and it really, you don't even have to worry about tones. Your tones could be all over the place, but providing you're just saying a complete sentence, it's fine. Like really, it's fine. So just don't worry about it so much. Tones will just come naturally, but Just know that there is a tonal language. Okay, so these are the 5 tones. This is my like rough idea graph thingy of what the 5 tones look like. This may look confusing, but there's many different graphs out there. I'm just trying to find something which is simple at best. So we've got mid, low, falling, high, rising. It's in this order because this is the order that Thais learn to memorize tones. So they say like ma. Let's take like for example ma, right? Ma. You got like ma, 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 ma. All right. You want to follow the arrows again? All right. So just we start in the blue. So that's the middle one. Ma. All right. Now we go down to the green, which is low. Ma. And then we're going to go falling. So you see the orange one, and we're going to go up, and we're going to go down. Ma. All right. And then next the high one. So ma. And then lastly, we start at the bottom, rising, and we go up. Ma. All right. Follow the arrows yourself. All right. You ready? Ma. 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 Okay. There we go. Tone drills. Now let's focus differentiating fluently between the different tones of these with the set of tone drill exercises. Seeing as this is a tonal emphasis exercise, we will just, if I'm getting a bit dark here, it's because the sunlight outside just keep changing. So I really don't like these like live show spotlight things. They just kill my eyes, but I'm trying to use the window here, but you don't really need to see me clearly. You're here to just read and listen. So if I get dark, then so be it. It's a bit cloudy today anyway. All right, seeing as this is a tonal emphasis exercise, we will just simply use one word. We're just going to use ma, M-A, and we're going to practice doing that in all 5 tones. All right, so let me just have a drink. You yourself might want to have a hot drink with you. I've got a lovely cup of hot water because I didn't have time to make anything else. All right, let's just practice the original order. All right, so I should explain a bit more about this. Mid. All right, what is mid? Mid tone is just your emotionless, robotic utterance of sound coming out your mouth. So you're just saying like ma, like yes, hello, I am a robot. So just imagine you're not putting any feeling or emotion into anything, and just like say a word or say just sound come out your mouth. Just say ma. Ma. You're not trying to put any emphasis on the mood or emotion. It's just ma. Okay, that is your midtone. One thing I should also mention is pitch. So this will make sense to those of you who are quite musically minded. If you think about a piano, all right, think about a piano. I haven't got a picture of a piano here, but you all know what a piano looks like. It's basically a repeat, right? It's a repetition of octaves. For those of you who are musically minded, you know what an octave is. Yeah, some of you are listening like, I don't know what an octave is. Don't even go there. I'm getting really dark here. Hold on, let me just open my curtain a bit more. There we go. So essentially, you can have like 5 or 6 different C's or A's or B's. It depends how long the keyboard is, right? They're all C. They're all D, they're all E, but they're just different octaves, or they're a different octave pitch. So the reason that I stress this is because if you're learning Thai and you're practicing repeating after a teacher or whatever, you don't have to match their pitch because it's relative to where your mid-tone pitch is anyway. So your mid-tone pitch might be like ma, but your teachers might be ma. But it's all relevant. It's all relative to wherever your pitch starts, where your mid pitch is. So it's kind of a funny story, really, because when I was in a classroom, you would be the group because it's just cheaper to get a visa that way. But I actually had a lot of self-study by myself, so that helped a bit. But we're in a room, right, and there's a female Thai teacher, and she's like, ma. She's like really up here, and she's really quite nasal because she's from Chiang Mai. They're quite nasal up there. And you got all these big blokes in the room from America and Germany. They're like, blah, blah, blah. And it's just kind of funny because they're really struggling. And the teacher would be like, ma, and then they'd be like, ma, and then they wouldn't realize that if the teacher says, ma, you could say, ma, and that's fine. You don't have to, ma, like her. It's relative. So let me just emphasize that point. Okay, that's the first thing. Next thing, take a drink. Let's talk about how you can understand these tones, because if it's just a matter of like listening and repeating, that's really quite a long way or method to grasp it. So I'm gonna try and make this kind of applicable with some real life explanation. So I said for mid-tone, that's just like your robotic emotionless utterance of sound, right? Ma. All right, now let's go to low, which is the green one. So you got ma, and then we go down to ma. The best way I can describe it to you is like it's your lazy tone. So it's your like I can't be bothered tone. So it's like yeah. I mean, let's try and say it with an English word, like yes and yes. It's like you're not really that bothered about something. I don't really care about something. Like yeah, all right then. Like okay, like ma. So let's say mid and then low. Ma. All right, so mid-tone robotic voice. You might want to write this down. There's notes if you are. I didn't put any notes on here. Ma. That's your low, lazy voice. All right, what about ma, the orange one? That's the falling. Ma. Well, you can think of that as your wow tone, because it's just like the way we say wow in English. If we're quite surprised or we're excited about something, we say wow. So by saying wow, in English, we actually have quite a lot of tonal similarities. It just depends on the context and what word we might be saying. So I would relate that to wow, ma. But again, it's relevant to your pitch. So ma. So you're starting a bit higher and you're coming down. You're falling down, but you're starting high. Like wow. Okay, next one is high, which is ma. That's the yellow one. Ma. If any of you are watching and you're watching together with your Thai native friend or girlfriend or wife, and by all means, I might not be doing the best tone example for you, so if you do have access to sounds like some sort of equipment, if you have access to a Thai native, yeah, for sure, try and practice with them. I'm just offering you the best insights that made sense to me. So ma, the high tone ma, that's for me like when we're saying like really in English, really, all right, really, like is that true, sort of thing. All right, last one is the rising. So you start lower. So it's ma. So this one is you're lazy, and then you're sort of getting a kick, and you're getting some oomph. So you're like, okay. So does that make sense? Like you're saying like okay. So it's like you're halfway through the O, and then you're like, all right, I'm getting a bit happy. Okay, ma. So it's like a lazy to more perky kind of mood tone. All right, there you go. That is my Chris explanation of Thai tones. So let me just say this again. Ma. All right, robot. Wow. What was the other one? No, sorry, no, robot, lazy, wow, really? And okay, so anyway, I hope that helps you. You might find your own way to figure that out. Let me have another drink here. Okay, so let's practice with the word ma, alright? So we'll start with mid-tone. Go ahead and follow me here. Ma, 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 ma. Alright. So, let's try and get through these 4 drills together. Sounds exciting, right? Well, I've got 25 minutes and I haven't coughed yet. I think I need to use this spray. Hold on. Oh man, that's strong. If any of you come to Thailand, this stuff is great. Most of you who come here might be teachers, right? So it helps with a sore throat. You see the sacrifice I am doing for you in making this video? Alright. Still got a COVID cough hanging on, but here I am. Because I don't have any other time to do this unless I do it in like 3 years. Alright, let's get on with this. Alright, so start with me. I'm going to try my best to follow you here. For you to lead. For you to follow me. Alright, here we go. So start from drill 1, column 1. Alright, here we go. Ma, ma. Ah, sorry. This is just the normal way. This is the what do you call it? The order that they memorize it in. Sorry. I was looking at the other one. All right, let's try again. Ma, 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 ma. Okay, got it. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Ma, 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 ma. All right, and we're just gonna repeat this 5 times. Ma, 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 ma. Let me just stop here. For those of you doing this drill, it probably would be helpful if you printed this out. So if you haven't already downloaded the PDF, then stop the video, do that, print this out, put it in front of you, put it next to the video, or hold it up as you do this, because it's going to help for you to see those arrows. Because if you're just looking at the orange color, looking at the colors and the little marker above the A, it's quite difficult. I mean, even I'm quite struggling here to, okay, what is that low? So if you have a chart to refer to, I think that'd help. All right, let's go to column 3, do this tone drill again. Ma, 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 ma. All right, you're repeating after me, right? Or you might shadow me, whatever you want to do. Ma, 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 ma. All right, you're getting a feel for the tones, right? Very good. Ma, 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 ma. Very good. All right. I'm forgetting to praise you and compliment you as students. I'm so used to doing that when I'm teaching my students. Because you're foreign students, it feels like I'm just talking to my mates. Come on, mate, just well done, student. Well done. Let's go to drill number 2. All right. I'm not going to be in teacher mode so much because I'm not teaching English. I'm teaching Thai. This is more like a hobby for me. Okay, drill 2. You might hear my son scream a bit. He wants to watch cartoons. So here we go. All right. Oh, what is the red one? Okay. I'm going to look at this screen because it's a bit bigger. All right. Ma, 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 ma. Oh, I screwed it up again. Let me do that again for you. Red. Okay. Ma, 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 ma. Ma, 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 ma. All right, third column. Ma, 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 ma. Oh, I'll talk to you later. Some people lining me. All right, fifth column. Ma, ma, ma. Ma, ma. Okay, that was actually a struggle for me because I read Thai, so I don't read transliteration. This is just helpful to get the tones in the beginning. So I'm probably struggling as much as you are to read this. So But let's keep going because it's good to just practice with the tones here. Let me turn off my sound here. Okay. All right, where are we? Drill 3. Let's do this together. Ma, 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 ma. Number 2. Ma, 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 ma. 3. Ma, 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 ma. 4. Ma, 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 ma. Number 5. Ma. Oh wait, sorry. 5 was low. Ma, 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 ma. All right, drill number 4, the last one. Let's do this together. Hui. Ma. Ah. You see, even I struggle sometimes when you're putting like a single tone out of any context. You really have to think about it. All right, here we go. Ma, 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 ma. 2. Ma, 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 ma. Number 3. Ma, 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 ma. 4. Ma, 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 ma. All right, last one. 5. Hui. Ma, 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 ma. Okay, that was as hard for me as it probably was for you. Okay, so well done. We did that together. Okay. All right. It's getting really dark outside. I think it's gonna have a thunderstorm here. Thunderstorm or not, let's keep going. All right. So well done. We got through the tones. I don't really want you to like stress or focus too much on those. I consider that more of just an introduction and just get familiarized and accustomed to the fact that there are tones and they sound different and whatnot. So just leave it at that. If you want to go practice again, go torment yourself through that. That was quite a struggle even for me. I've got 18 minutes. I don't know how much I'm going to get done of consonants, but let's just do it. If I like cut out halfway, it's because I've got to go. I'll try and make that aware. I'll try and let you know that so you don't get too shocked. Okay. Unit 3, consonants. Okay, let's do this. Let's take a drink first. So the Thai script has 44 consonant letters. Am I still recording? Yes, thank God. 2 are obsolete, but 20 sounds. So some are duplicates, right? You get that? There's 44 letters. So actually there's 42 because they don't use... Okay, so there's 42 letters, but there's only 20 sounds. So therefore, there are duplicates of those sounds. These consonant letters are categorized into 3 classes: low, mid, and Y. Why are we separating into classes? Like, A, B, C, D is low, and F, G, L is high, or whatever. But why? What's the point? I really rushed my lunch to finish this. Because consonant class plays a role in determining tones. You remember we just learned about tones? Each word has a different tone. Well, how do you know? Well, it's easy with the little markers, but Thai doesn't have all the little markers on every word all the time. And even the markers they do have, they don't tell you a single tone. It can be determined by a different formula. Blah, 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 blah. That's not making sense right now, but I'm just going to say it anyway. Keep going. Like English, Thai has both single consonants and consonant clusters. Consonant clusters, that being when you have 2 consonants together, or maybe 3, like, BR or DR or FL. Thai consonants have an initial sound and can also function as final sounds. The final sound can be either... Alright, it's two ways they call this. In Thai, they call it kam pen and kam dai. It just means like a living word and a dead word. But in English, we'll call it a live syllable. that means that the word ends in a sonorant or resonant sound, which means you're dragging on the sound in your throat. Or it's a dead syllable, which means it ends in a glottal closure. Alright, I'll have to stop for a second because it's going to rain. I've got to go get the... I've got to go get the laundry. I'll be back. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. The rain's coming, so we just had a panic attack getting all the laundry. Where was I? Okay, yes, so there's live syllable, there's dead syllable, and each consonant has a specific name assigned to it. So, because there's duplicates, you need a name in order to know, well, which, if there's 4 different Ks, which K are you talking about? Okay, is it this K or that K? So we give them a special name to know that. Alright, so, what we're going to do now is I am just going to go through all of the letters, and I'm going to explain what each slide is displaying. Alright, so in the top left you will see L. So do you remember we said that there were low, mid and high consonants? Alright, so I'm going to write L, M or L, M or H for you to know what class it is. And top right, that's just the number. So there's 42 consonants, right? So that should display up to 42. Down on the bottom, we've got a K on the left, and then we've got in brackets a K. So the left sound is the initial sound. So the start, the sound that this letter makes at the start of a word. All right. And then you will have on the right side the final sound, which is the sound the letter makes at the end of a syllable or the end of a word, depending which way you look at it. So if it's in brackets, that is a glottal stop. I'm going to explain what a glottal stop is later, but just for now, you need to recognize that, okay, if it's in brackets, it's a glottal stop, because there's going to be others. For example, this one, it's not in brackets, so that is pronounced the same at the beginning and also at the end of a syllable. It's NG. Okay, so let's just go through this. If you want to pause on each one and try and write it, you might as well maybe try and practice some handwriting whilst you're doing this. Remember that you start from the circle. So why don't I give you a little challenge? Let's just do it right now. Get a piece of paper, get a notebook or whatever, and as I go through these, if you're on a computer, just hit the space button every time I get to a new slide. If you're watching this on your phone, it's probably going to be quite, inconvenient to keep pressing and then pressing. But anyway, let's just go through all of these, and I'm just going to say the letter K, and if it's it's ending, I'm not going to bother saying. So I'm just going to say the initial is what I'm trying to say. I'm not going to say glottal stop K, and NG ending. I'm just going to say the initial sound, and I'm just going to go through all of them so that you can see what the different letters look like, how many duplicates there are, how many of them are glottal stops and whatnot. Okay, so let's just go through it one time. At this point, don't worry, you're not learning them, you're just having a look, right? We're just going to have a look. So we've got K, K again, NG, CH, S, another CH, Y, T, another T, N, another T, another T, another N, P, F. You can see there's a very slight difference there. You see it? It's just got a longer line going up, hasn't it? All right. So there's a very subtle difference in some of them. P, that's F. That's P. M, Y, another Y. R, L, W, L. So you can actually see already that some of them you know, are practically the same letter. They just got some alterations. For example, we looked at this one, right? So that's P, and then it's got a longer right line, and now it's F. But this one is kind of like those two, but it's got a circle on the right. So a lot of the letters are like very different, but there are also a lot of letters which are kind of like a combination of merging of two letters, or maybe it might just be a bit of a different way it's written. Okay, that's H. Now we're on to mid class now. That's G. That's J, D, DT. Okay, this is a good point to explain the difference between D and DT. I've got 7 minutes. I'll see if I can do this. So, for the most part, when you see the English equivalents, it is exactly that. It's the equivalent. So that is pronounced just like D in English. That is just like J. It's the exact equivalent sound. All right. Oh, it's raining really heavily now. Okay, DT. What on earth is DT? All right, let's try and explain this. The difference between D and DT, all right? This is really important to try and get this. D is two parts. What I mean, in order to pronounce D, or just, you know, normal D in English, it's actually, there's two parts or two steps, two motions, two whatever, to getting the sound out. One, the sound starts first, and it starts in your throat, in your voice box, right? So it uses any kind of just voice box sound, usually just all right. You're starting to activate your voice box. Then the second step is you release your tongue down from its position where it is actually pressing against the middle area of your roof of your mouth. So start off, all right, put your tongue, well, let's just do this, let's just say D. Okay, now say duh, dog, duh. All right, notice that every time you say D or duh, what are you doing with your tongue? Your tongue is pressing or pushing up against the roof of your mouth, right? Duh. It's behind your front teeth. It's not touching the front teeth. It's behind, it's on the gums, on the roof area. That is the position. But when you're saying D, like dog, or dead, or do, what are you doing? You see, if I really slow that down, do. You see it here? Can you hear it, I should say? Do. But obviously when we're speaking quickly, we just say do. But slow motion version of that is do. The voice starts here first. It's activated by the voice box. Then the tongue releases down. This is important to recognize, or else you're not going to get the DT. It's raining really heavily here. I don't know how much that's affecting the microphone, but I'll make this my last slide for today, and then I'm going to appear fresh and new for another hour tomorrow. DT happens with the sound from your voice box and the release of your tongue down from the top of your roof, right? But this time it's a bit closer to your teeth. It happens simultaneously. So you're saying duh. Alright, so you got D and D. You hear that? You might not hear it with the rain, but I'll try my best. D, D. I'm just going to use E for the word, right? D, D. All right, so D and then DT, right? D, D. All right, so last time, D starts here, and then it comes to the tongue. D. You see my foot. You see it. So it's D. Gone. D. But this one, DT, is right here. D. Alright. I think I'll stop there for today because it is absolutely bucking it. I've got a load of words I could say for the rain in English because I come from England. I don't know if I ever mentioned that. You probably watched that if you watched my introduction video. But it is absolutely bucking it down, pouring it down, raining cats and dogs, lobbing it down. It's throwing it down. There's a whole load of words we use in English for the rain, isn't it? All right, I think I'll stop there for today's recording for D and DT. I hope you recognize that difference or can grasp it. When I was learning Thai in the beginning, just, listening to the teacher, and the teacher would be like, okay, this is D, this is T, well, this is Da, this is Ta. I was like, what? Like, it just sounds like you're saying the same letter, like, but they're like, no. This is, for example, let's think of a word, like, I'm trying to think of a word here that we can use. Okay, do, like, do means watch, do. But if you say tu, it's a different tone as well, but do and tu, do, tu. Do means watch, tu means like a cupboard or a place where you keep stuff. Do, tu. If I just forget about the tone, if I just use like mid-tone, see if you can hear the difference. Do, tu, do, tu, do, tu. Alright, I was going back and forth between D and DT there. Okay. But what I was going to make the point of is that just by listening and trying to repeat, you're never going to get it. I mean, I don't want to get your hopes down. If you do get it that way, well, good for you. But I'm pretty sure that 90% of people are never really going to grasp that difference unless they have a lot of immersion in the language, like years in the language of hearing Thai natives. As a beginner, there is a much faster way because you're not reliant on just exposure, time, lots and lots of time to get the language as you would with your native language. You can just actually be told the mechanics of what's going on. So I was struggling with this, and I actually had a Thai friend. His name is To, if he's watching this, and he sat me down and he said, Chris, I'm gonna correct your D and DT because you're not getting it. I mean, the D wasn't a problem because we have D already in English. The problem was the DT. And so he explained it, and as soon as he explained it, it just clicked. Well, I don't think it just clicked. It just made sense. It was just a matter of knowing what your tongue is actually doing. When you actually know the mechanics of, okay, what you're actually doing with your tongue and where the sound is coming from, when you put that theory into action, you just get it. Took a little bit of practice, but you're just trying to get the connections between what you understand up here and how to actually mechanically, physically move your tongue in the way that you need it. Okay, let me take a drink here. So we're almost an hour in, and we've got this far, so I'm quite pleased. This should take me about 5 or so days, I guess, to get through phonics. Alright, I think we'll stop there, and then I'm going to come back refreshed with a new lovely blue sky, hopefully. And yeah, we'll continue. So I'll be back in a bit. Hello, I'm back again. Look, it's a new day, and don't I look refreshed? Alright, where were we? Alright, I just explained to you about D and DT, right? I hope that all makes sense. Let's keep going. So we just saw a D and a DT there. There's another D and DT. We're in the mid-class consonants now. There's a B, there's a BP. Okay. Here we go again. So we just looked at D and DT. There is also another pair which you need to differentiate, and that is B and BP. So just like with D and DT, I don't really have to explain how to pronounce D, and likewise I don't really have to explain how to pronounce B. We have B in English already. Bus, okay, or bum. I can't think of any good words at the moment. So just to know what's actually happening when you say B, B or B. So it's the same principle with D and DT. B is a voiced consonant, which would mean that we start with the voice box, right? B, bus, bus. Hear that? Bus. Really slow. Bus, bus, ba, ba. So the sound starts first, and then you release open, closed. Okay, then you release open your closed lips. So you're in the closed lips position, and as the voice comes up, ba, you release it. All right. What is BP then? BP is the sound coming from your voice box and the release of your closed lips open happen simultaneously. So you get more of a kind of a popping sound. It'll feel more like a smacking of your lips is another way to put it. So let's take, for example, just the vowel E, right? Let's say B, B. This is just normal B, right? B. Okay, now let's say BP, B. All right, I'm gonna go back and forth, and maybe just start off by listening, and then you'll hear it. B, 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 B. All right, super slow. B, B. All right, watch my lips. B, B. Okay. It's a good thing that I'm doing this online, because it's really awkward when you're telling people, look at my lips. Okay. So B and BP, the same principle with the idea of the simultaneous release of the sound for the different new sound. Okay, let's keep going. This is just a blank consonant. So you'll learn about that later. So just recognize that, okay, it has no sound as a consonant. It's actually a vowel. Anyway, we have that in English too. I don't know if you recognize this, but R in English is actually not a consonant. It's a vowel. It's R. You're saying a vowel sound. You're saying R, or It's the vowel Anyway, so it's classed as a consonant, but actually it's vowel. This is the same thing. All right, let's keep going. This is a K. This is a CH. This is a T with some squiggly stuff underneath it. It's going to look a bit like squiggles at the moment, but honestly, the more you read the letters, you actually notice that, okay, there's like a pattern. Like, this is actually kind of like the J. If I go way back and look at the J, you'll see that, oh yeah, it's just got a bit more on top and some stuff below it. All right, this is another T. We've got another P and an F. You'll notice that they've got like a twin set. You know, there was another one where the circle was on the left, but this time the circle's on the inside, and also the point in the middle doesn't come up all the way to the top of the line. You'll see those differences. This is an S. It's actually two components together. It's a K, or like what we saw before, one of the K letters, and then it's got, technically it should be a vowel. It's called a Maihanagat, but here they just lose like a little line. But actually that little line is a vowel, but it's not being used as a vowel. Okay, are there some cows outside? I can hear some cows. Sorry, I live in the quite rural of Thailand, so sometimes I get cows walking past. This is another S, and this is another S, so we've got 3 S's here. You can actually notice that they are all borrowed from like another consonant, and then you just add like a little line. So that was one of the K's with a little line. That was actually bar. That's the B, if you remember. That's just the B with a vowel on it. And then this is actually L with a vowel on it. If you can go compare, you'll see that. All right, this is a H, and that is it. So 40, it is a cow. 42 letters. All right, there they are. 42 letters of Thai consonants. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, Chris. Now what do I do? Is what you're thinking. Okay. Honestly, this next stage of the video, or of the learning process, I should say, is entirely dependent on you. I can't do this for you, and there's nothing to teach you or to lead you in doing this. It's just a matter of you getting on with it and just memorizing it. So the first thing that we're going to do, and the first thing that I did when learning Thai, because what I'm doing with these videos is I'm taking you through the exact same method or way or process that I did to learn Thai, and I have proven that it works. So I have honed it a bit to make it more efficient. So let me just have a drink here. Alright, so this is your action plan. This is what you're going to do. You are going to print, or if you want to be really, really diligent, you can do it all by hand. All 42. Oh, okay. Sorry, my wife was just asking me something. Yeah, you can print them all, right? Or if you really want to, you can do them all by hand. Yeah, you can go through all of these and try and write them by hand. Not to boast, because it's not about boasting, but that's what I did. I did all of these by hand on paper. Why? Because I didn't have a printer. I didn't have a printer at home, and it's a lot of effort to go to a shop and get something printed, 19 years ago. You had to put it on like a CD or a USB maybe, and you had to go to some shop where they had this giant photocopy machine. It was like some old lady who doesn't really know anything about how you stick in the USB. So it was just like, I'll just do it by hand then, because I had no choice. So, I mean, if you do it by hand, I think it's quite beneficial, because you already start to get writing. So actually, let me go back here. I would encourage you to do it by hand, even if it looks like really like childlike. It's gonna be good enough. Just use a big enough piece of paper or something, so that you can write it clearly. You can even, try and trace it from your computer screen. If you're on a computer screen, or you're on your phone. On your phone, it'd be quite small, maybe a tablet. So that could work. Okay, so what is the action plan? Okay, after you've printed them, or ideally written them all by hand, I should mention how big you should do it. It's up to you, really. You can print all of them on A4 paper, so that'd be 42 pieces of paper. Or you could, print or split the paper into 4 or 2, or however big you want it. Just get them all printed out. If you're gonna make them smaller, just cut them all out. And what you're gonna be left with, I did have an example I just used. I was teaching somebody, and where are they? Did I get rid of them? Hold on. Okay, I found some. These aren't the consonants, these are the vowels, but you can see here it's about that big. And you just, I just printed them all off and cut them. So these were the vowels. You're going to learn the vowels next, but yeah, you want about that size. I think that's quite easy to work with in your hands. Anyway, so let's just say that, okay, you've printed them all out, or you've done it by hand, however big your piece of paper is, and now you're ready for what's next. Okay, what are we doing now? All we are doing is we are ingraining into our brain that this letter is the equivalent of H. So we're not learning any phonetics at the moment. We're just learning English equivalents, because you don't need to technically learn anything. We already know what H is. right? We already know what S is. I don't need to like, you know, have you repeat after me like you know, snake, you know, or S snake. You know, how we learn phonics in school. It's pointless because we already know the sound. So what are we doing now? We're just simply equating the equivalent, and we're just saying to our brain that squiggly line thing, pattern, letter, that is S. There is another part that you need to know, which is it's also T, but it's not a pronounced T. It's a glottal stop T, which is not pronounced, but we'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. So that's what my point is that all we're doing is we're gonna ingrain into our brain, when you look at this letter, without any help from below. Let's say you know, there wasn't any of the other things around it. It was just solely that letter. When you look at that, you would think S. And when you look at this one, you would think, you wouldn't think, you would just know F. That's F, right? So that is the goal of this action plan, is that we are training your brain. We are, what's the word here? Engraving, or putting in stone, right? Or just we're hardwiring into your long-term memory the equivalents. And what I recommend you do is that you read all of them, all 42. Just read them in one long order, right? Starting from 1 up there, right? And this is how you're going to read it, okay? Let me give you an example here. All right, I don't want to go all the way back to number 1 because we're just, it's the same principle. It's the same way. So for every single slide, what you're going to do is you're going to do this. You're going to say high, meaning high class, right? You're going to say high. You could say H if you want. I think it's better to say high. Because if you say H, you're going to get confused. Is that the letter H? We want to say high, mid, or low, right? Low, mid, or high. We want to say those because that's the class. You need to also know the class. This is kind of a little bit tricky because we're not just knowing the equivalent sound. We actually have to ingrain, in order to properly know the tone formula, you'll need to know the class. I know that's a bit much right now, but just trust me, all right? You need to know that it's what class it is. But it's a lot easier when you're going in order, right? Let me just go back to number 1. Let me just do this, all right? Let's do some of it together, and you'll know what I mean, all right? Hold on, a bit more here. Okay. All right, let me demonstrate for you. All right, what do I mean? This is what you're gonna do. You're gonna go low, K, K. You see that? I just said low, meaning it's low class. The first K was on the left, and then the second K was on the right. So this word is 2 Ks. But when you're doing this, you're gonna know, the first time I read the letter, that's the initial sound, and then on the right, where I say the second time a letter, that's its final sound. So one more time, it's like this: low, K, K. Let's go to the next one: low, K, K. So they're the same, right? Keep going. Low, NG, NG. Low, CH, T. So this one's different, right? Because we've got an initial sound and a final sound, which are separate. So once again, you're saying low for low class. Then you say CH, that's its starting sound at the beginning of a syllable. And then you're saying T. But you know that the T is the final sound because you said it after CH. So you're not going to get confused here. By doing it in this order, you're teaching your brain, okay, it's a low class syllable, it's pronounced CH at the beginning, and it's ending in T, or it's a T ending sound. But you're also visually seeing that T is in brackets, so your mind is going to recognize and know that, okay, that's a glottal stop T. I'm not actually pronouncing that. I say that because if we go to other ones, like before, this one was low, ng, ng. All right, so there is no brackets, so your brain is going to recognize, okay, that is a pronounced ending. Okay, so let's do a bit more just to get the idea. So do it with me. Low, s, t. We can get a bit quicker here. Low, ch, t. Low, y, n. So as you do this, I recommend when you get to each new slide, look and stare at the letter for a good 2 seconds. All right, because if you just say if you just look at L and then look at T and then look at the other T, you haven't really actually looked at the letter. You just read L, T, T, and you might have not paid much attention to the actual letter. So when you get on each slide or each letter, look at the letter like this. Look at it for a good 2 seconds. All right, and then say low, T, T, and then sort of end on the letter. Okay, and then next one. All right, new letter. Look at it, stare at it, absorb it, and then you say to yourself, okay, low, n, n. There is a way, if you're kind of used to this, you can actually just constantly look at the letter, but in the, what is the word, like it's in your vision, but you're not focusing on it. Like I'm looking at the letter, but I can see the L, I can see the 10, I can see me. It's easier with letters because you can read them. You know what I mean? So when you're doing this, you don't actually have to make your eyes focus on each bit. You can just look at the center and say, okay, T, low, T, T. All right, do another one. Look at it. All right, now say low, T, T. All right, keep going. Low, N, N. All right, and on, and on, and on, and on. Oh, what have I've lost my PPT here. Hold on. Okay, we're back. My PowerPoint just decided to stop working. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. You're gonna read through all 42 at least 3 times a day, and you're gonna do that for 2 weeks, right? So you're gonna go through all of those letters. You're gonna look at the letter, say the class, say the initial sound, say the ending sound, go to the next one, and you do that 3 times a day for 2 weeks. It's really simple, right? That's what I'm saying, that there's nothing I need to do. It's at this point you just need to stop the video. I mean, you can keep going if you want to see what else we're learning, but if you do want to do this methodically, and if you really are in for the long run, if you want to get the most out of this video, then yeah, what you need to do now is actually just stop this video. If you haven't downloaded the PDF already, go do that. Print it out, big piece of paper or smaller, up to you, or write it by hand if you can, and get them all ready, cut up, put them in order, put a little clip on it, keep it somewhere, and set a time in your day where you are going to pick it up and you're just going to go through it. There's nothing more to do than that. It's really, really simple. So I recommend morning, afternoon, evening, or you can do breakfast, lunch, dinner, or you can do it first thing in the morning. Maybe find a time in your day and then before bed. That could work. Either way, at least 3 times. If you can do it more than that, great. If you want to be really, really sort of keen on doing this, then if you are able to, maybe you work from home or you have an office that you're in most of the day, whatever room or place that you are in most of the day, it would be a great idea if you stuck them all on the wall, right? Or, you could do that in addition to actually having them printed out, as a little pack to go around with you. You could also, I did this by hand, is I put them all on my wall in that order. and I looked at it every day in the morning when I woke up and before I went to bed. And yeah, it works. So to make a long point short, you just need to get on with it. All right, you just need to do the doing, right? Like, just do it, and you'll see results. There's nothing really fun about this. It's just quite a mundane exercise to just put these letters with the English equivalents into your head. Get them into your long-term memory. All right, so do that for 2 weeks, and then on the third week, you're going to do a week of testing, a week of, proving to yourself, if you like, that you actually know them. So what you're going to do for this one is, you're going to cover, test, and review. So what does that mean? All right, say you've got these little pieces of paper, however big they are. Somebody giving us, hold on, someone's delivery just came. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. When you step outside for just like 10 seconds in Thailand, you're just drenched in sweat. So tried to cool myself off a bit. Hope my face isn't too sweaty for you. Okay, where were we? All right, we're talking about the third week, where you actually cover and test yourself. So, all right, let's say for each one of these letters, what you're going to do is essentially you're just covering the bits around it. I mean, apart from the number 41, that doesn't really matter. You need to find a way to cover the H or the class of the consonant, and then you need to cover the sounds below. So the left and the right, the initial sound and the final sound. So, excuse me. If you can maybe create some sort of like little box, just from cardboard or card or something, and you've just cut it in a way so that it's covering these particular parts of the card or paper, that would be ideal, because you can just put that all in. So imagine this is like your little set, right? You've made some sort of thing. What's the word in English? You've made some sort of like box, right, for it to go into, and that box only covers the parts that you don't want to see, in order to test you or test yourself that you know it. So imagine, the H, S, and T is covered, and then you look at it and you say, okay, that's high S, T, and then you pull it out and you think, okay, yes, it's correct. That is what I mean by cover, test, and review for 1 week. And so ideally, by the end of the last week, the end of the third week, you should be able to look at every single one of these letters and say the class, whether it's low, mid, or high, and then say its initial sound and its final sound. So for example, high, S, T, just like that. And if you can do that for every single letter, well then congratulations, you have just memorized and put into your brain all of these Thai consonants and what their equivalents are in English. So that is a really solid foundation to get you to Thai fluency, because you need to know this, right? Okay. So like I said, this is your action plan. This is what you need to do now. For those of you who are taking this course really seriously, and yes, I want to be fluent just like you have done. I'm paving the way for you, right? I'm telling you what to do, right? Just do it, right? There's no, what's the word? There's no, there's no getting around it. It's just a matter of, okay, stop the video, go print it all. The PDF is below, right? Of this video. Just print, obviously, the consonants out, not the whole PDF, just the consonants. Print the consonants out, 42 of them, and yeah, get on with the exercises. For 2 weeks, you're going to read them, and then for the last week, you're going to review and test them. All right, I'm going to stop there, and that's what you're going to do now, if you really want to. So I'll see you in 3 weeks. if that is you. All right. See you again in 3 weeks. For those of you who are going to take my recommendations, for those of you who have either done that already, 3 weeks is up, well then, welcome back. You now know all 42 Thai consonants, and their given sounds. For those of you who haven't done that, all right, for whatever reason, well then let's just continue together. All right, let me have a drink here, and we'll keep going. Okay, how long has it been? I've got about 25 minutes left before my son comes screaming in here and wanting to watch cartoons. Let's talk about consonant duplicates, right? We talked about this earlier. There are 44 official Thai consonants, but 2 are obsolete, which obviously leaves us with 42. However, these represent only 20 distinct consonant sounds. Next is a table showing which Thai consonants share the same pronunciation. This table organizes the consonants by their pronunciation, making it easier to understand the relationship between Thai script and phonetics. So basically, it's just a table of the duplicates, right? So there are 3 Ks, there's 3 CHs, there's 4 different S's, there's 5 T's in Thai. So you can see there that for the most part that they're quite, straightforward. They're a single W, a single R, a single B, but there are a few which have duplicates. So just be aware of that. Okay, I'm trying my best to keep my cough down. I've gone through a long period of acid reflux, and then I just got COVID for like 2 months. So far so good. I haven't coughed yet. All right, consonant. There we go. Consonant clusters, or could be understood as consonant pairs. So in Thai, there are 2 main types of consonant clusters. They are called true clusters. This is where both consonants are pronounced together. So you're literally reading left to right the 2 consonants. We also have false consonant clusters. So only one consonant is actually pronounced, or the cluster actually creates a unique sound which is not related to the consonants being used. Okay, I might have said this already, but if I'm going too fast, then I do apologize, but I am kind of quite limited to time, and by all means, stop the video, read the page yourself. Alright, so let's look at true clusters. These occur when 2 consonants appear together and both sounds are heard. So you're literally just reading it left to right, like we talked about. So they have many equivalents, just like we do in English. They have GR, GL, and KR, and words like that. So here is a table, actually, which represents every possibility of Thai consonant clusters. So this is it. These are all the clusters that you can get in Thai. It is a lot less than English. English, we have way more than this. We have possibly maybe 4 times, 5 times as much as this. Not to mention when you get the joining of words together. Like, for example, can I help you? When we say can I help you, we're actually saying pew, P-Y-U, pew. That's just to give an example between words, but just the word itself, English has a lot more. But anyway, this is a complete table if you want to have that handy for the future. All right, let's look at false clusters. Some consonant clusters do not follow regular pronunciation rules. Instead, they simplify into a single consonant sound or take on a different pronunciation altogether. So, for example, we've got a T and an R. For those of you who have memorized the consonants already, you'll know that what we're looking at in the blue is ta and ra, or ta and ra. That's the names, but it's just T and R. T and R together actually make an S for the most part. So most of the time, well, I'd say like 90% of words, if you see that T and that R together, it's actually S. For example, the word sap, which means like to know. But there are a few words, not many, where a T and an R together actually are just T. For example, to, like torasap, which means to call, or a phone. Okay, let's keep going. So here is a list of some false clusters, right, where it's a unique sound. So the first one we've got, I'm just going to say TR, which is S. For example, sai, which means sand. We've got TR again, which is T. We looked at that just a minute ago. That's to, like to cool. We've got some others. For example, S and R. That's just S. For example, sang, which means to build. S and R again. That's just S again. For example, si, like saksi. That means glory or honor. And then we've got JR. JR is just J. For example, ding, which means true. Leading consonants. Okay, next thing we need to look at. In Thai, some syllables consist of two consonants that are not pronounced together as a single cluster. Instead, a short a sound is inserted between the two consonants to make them easier to pronounce. This process is called empathesis. I just learned that too, which essentially means inserting a sound to make pronunciation smoother. Okay, when I give you these explanations, they're gonna make sense when we see the examples and the visuals. So if this isn't like going in right now, don't worry, you can just come back to it. Let's look at some more explanation. Hold on. When you see two consonants that are supposed to start a syllable but they cannot be pronounced together, the syllable is pronounced as two parts. A short a sound is added between the consonants, making the syllable sound like two smaller syllables. This rule helps in determining the tone for these syllables, but no extra tone markers are used for them. Okay, that was probably like overload of explanation. All right, I get it. Like I said, let me just say it first, and it's gonna make sense. All right, you're gonna have to come back to these in the PDF. So it is useful to actually print this whole course PDF, and you can follow the slides rather than waiting for me to possibly go back on the video. So, all right, what does all that mean? All right, well, everything I just read here is culminating in these examples. All right, leading consonants examples. This is what I mean. For example, the word sanu. All right, you haven't learned vowels yet, but I'll give you a little bit of vowels in here. Sanu, the first one, it means fun. So we talked about if the first two letters are not regarded as a cluster, we put a for the first letter, right? Let's look at the first here, right? Did I break this down or did I? Okay, I did, right? So for the word sanu, which means fun, why are we saying sa? Why are we saying a? Well, because S and N are not a cluster. We can't say S and N together. It's not like English. In English, we say like snake or snow. We have SN in English, but if I go back to this chart, there we go. You see, there's no SN. They don't have SN. Actually, the only combinations they have for clusters have to use either R, L, or W. So they can't, by definition of their language, they can't make these clusters anyway. So that's why when you come across words which have an a sound but you can't see the vowel, well, it's because those first two consonants are not a cluster. So we have to say a in order to pronounce it, because a consonant requires a vowel in order to be pronounced. So we're saying sanu, or for example, tanon. This is a little bit of getting ahead of what I should have taught you. Well, it's because of the example. In the word road, right, you see ta, non. Okay, so you know that we have to add a because T and N are not a cluster. But where did the O come from for non? Well, this is another exception or reading rule that we'll get to. Whereas if you have two consonants together, then you use o or a short o to pronounce them. So it's ta and non. So it's interesting that this word is comprised of just 3 consonants. There are no vowels, but the vowels are inserted into the grammar, if you like, in order to read the word. So it's a pretty complex language when you think about it. Anyway, that's tanon, and then the word below that is kajat, which means to eliminate or get rid of. So you're saying ka because K and J aren't clusters, and then you've already got a vowel for jat, which is J A-T, but it's a glottal stop T from the D. Okay, but you know that, right? Because you've memorized all of those 42 consonants by now, haven't you? Yeah, I bet you have, mate. You better have, all right? All right, exception. There is an exception to this rule, and it is this. This is the exception. This prefix has a unique case. So it's not bari, it's bari, okay? So instead of saying we're saying o. So it's just a tone rule that is slightly adjusted here. For example, this word is bori gan, service. The next word is bori sud. It means holy or pure. And then the last one is bori sat. All right, so let's do it again. I'll say it slowly and then normally. Bori gan, borigan, bori sud, body suit, and then last one bori sat, body sat. Okay. All right. So anyway, just remember, if you see that ba ra with the e, it's just body. It's not bari. It's body. All right. Let me take a drink here. We're doing good. I might be able to finish this phonics course in about 4 hours, I guess. Leading consonants. There's some more exceptions that we need to learn here. Leading consonants, ha and or the H and then the silent consonant. These change the tone of the following consonant. Very important to remember. So, for example, ha. In Thai, they call it ha nam, right? Ha is just to pronounce the letter, and then nam means to lead. So it's called ha nam. So if you see ha nam placed in front of a letter, it's making that letter, whatever class it is, it will be making it high class. So let's look at some examples. You can see that it's paired together with NG, N, M, Y, R, L, and W. For example, the word ngut ngit. You see that? The first one in example? Ngut ngit. Okay? This might be quite a trouble. I haven't taught you vowels yet, so it might be quite difficult to read these because you just know what these letters... You just know the consonants equivalents. You don't know any vowels yet, but I'll just tell you, for example, ngut ngit. The other one is now, and then ma, yut, ru, lap, wan. So after you've learned about vowels, perhaps you can make a note here to come back to this page, and then you'll be able to read these examples and see, oh yeah, I see why he's saying each one the way he is, and the tone he's using is because of so and so reason. Okay, take another drink. Okay, next is ang. It's the name of the consonant. Just if you like. The silent one. This one makes the consonant a mid-class. There are only 4 words. Alright, there's only these 4 words. So the first word is ya. Because if we didn't have that ang, or if we didn't have that silent cluster or consonant there, if it wasn't there, it would be ya. Okay, that's going to make sense when you've learned about vowels and tones, but I'm just telling you now that the first word, if it doesn't have this R it would be yeah. But because it does, it's yeah. It changes the tone. So these exceptions, these are things maybe you can just like take out of your PDF. If you've printed all of the pages of this PDF, maybe you can take these and just put them in a separate pile as exceptions, and then you can look at them when we start learning about vowels and tone rules. Okay, let's keep going. I've got 8 minutes. Consonant pair as a complete syllable. What's this? We talked about this with the word tanon, if you remember. There are cases where two consonants form a complete syllable without needing any inserted vowel sound. We saw that a minute ago. The consonants can be paired as initial and final consonants within a syllable. The two consonants together are pronounced as one unit and will use a o. You remember I said o for tanon, short o sound as its vowel. So, for example, look here. For those of you who do already know all of your consonants, if you completed that assignment that I gave you to memorize the equivalents, you can see here that we've got a G and a B, right? Well, actually, it's a glottal stop P, but it's anyway. You know that. So there's no vowel. So what do? It's just two consonants together. So how do you read it? You use o. That's the answer. If you get two consonants together as one syllable, the vowel that you use is o. All right. So for example, gop, that means frog, or kon, that means person. Lot, actually that should be a high tone. I put the wrong marker on there, but anyway, lot, not lot. Lot would be to reduce. Okay. Next, let's look at the double R sound. If we get these two consonants, a double R together in Thai can be a final consonant. So when these two R's come before a final consonant, they take on the sound as ah. All right, let's have a look. So, for example, the word a space or a pause. So, for example, on your space bar on your keyboard, that's called wen wak. That's called a wen wak. Wen meaning to make a space, and then wak meaning a pause. Okay, so anyway, wak. We've actually got a W, two R's, and then a K. You see that with the first example? For those of you who know the Thai equivalents of these consonants, you're going to recognize this. You've got a W, two R's, and a K. So now you know that, okay, if we see two R's like this, it's actually an ah sound. So we're saying wak, wak. Wak means a pause or a space. And the ending is a glottal stop K, so it's not pronounced, right? Wak. Next word, you've got a G, two R's and an M, so that's pronounced gam. So when gam, or it can be an interjection. Oh, gam ơi. So gam actually means karma. So you can see there it's pronounced with a G and then a and then if we were to take out the two R's, we could actually just use a vowel, which is that little circle with a tail on top. That's called the Maihanakat vowel. It's just an ah. So that's how you could also read it. So what I'm saying is that there's two ways this word could be spelled, but it's spelled with two R's. Okay, there's another possibility with two R's, is that two R's without a final consonant. So this is an ah sound if it ends with a final consonant. So we've got a K there, we've got an M there. But if we don't have a final consonant, we add an N. So we have to have an ending, right? We can't just end on a short ah. So we have to have an ending. So we use N. So it's an. So let's look at these words. You got pan sa. So you've got P, two R's, but then the word isn't ended yet. So because it's it's got an extra syllable on it, but that's not the ending of that syllable. Whereas here it's a complete syllable. It's wak. Here it's the word is 2 syllables, so it's not a single syllable word. So for that case, we're using pan. We're using an. So we're saying pan sa. You see that? We're saying pan. So PRR is actually pronounced pan. And then you say the S and the A, so sa. And then below you've got a B with 2 R's, but because it's not finished, it's not the end of the word, we require an for the sound, right? Because it's not ending on a consonant, it's ending just with the vowel. So we need to use n to end the syllable before we say the next syllable. So we're saying ban tao, which means to relieve. Pansa means Lent, like in the Buddhist holiday. Glottal stops. Okay, how much time have I got? What time is it? Ooh, I've got about 8 minutes. Let's see if I can do this. And then my son wants to watch cartoons. Glottal stops. Voiceless Thai consonants are pronounced with a glottal stop. The glottal stop endings are K, P, and T. In Thai, when voiceless consonants K, P, and T appear at the end of a syllable, which is what you saw in those brackets when you were memorizing the consonants, they are typically pronounced with a glottal stop. A glottal stop is a quick closure of the vocal cords, effectively cutting off the airflow in the throat and creating a sharp, abrupt stop. This is different from a fully articulated consonant where the airflow is released in a more noticeable manner. Alright, so for example, when a voiceless consonant like K, P, or T occurs in the final position, it won't have the same strong release as it would at the start of a syllable. So instead, the final sound will end abruptly with a slight pause or stop. So, what does that mean? Okay, I'm going to put this in easier terms, because that was all of like the technical jargon. Essentially, what you're doing, listen carefully, this is going to be a really easy explanation. When you see these brackets, which I put in the consonant list that we learned before, when it's in the brackets, it means that it's a glottal stop. What does that mean? You're ending the sound of that word in the position of that letter, but you're not pronouncing it. Does that make sense? You're as if you're landing. You're saying the word, right, and then you're landing the pronunciation or the sound of that word as you bring the vowel over, and you're landing in a sense in the position of either K, P, or T, but you're not actually releasing and then saying K, P, or T. You're just putting your mouth into the position as if you were to say it, but then you stop short of actually saying it. Okay, let me try and explain with some example words. So, for example, the word tok, which means to fall, like to fall down. Okay, so we've got a DT, and then we're ending in a K glottal stop. And like we just learned, we've got the vowel O, because we've got 2 consonants together without a vowel, so we're using O. So it's pronounced tok. What am I doing? It's not tok, it's tok. It's really, really subtle. Let me do this. I'm gonna say just DTO with no glottal stop. To. And then I'm gonna put in the glottal stop. Tok. Can you hear that? One more time, just DTO. To. And then DTOK. Tok. I'm gonna go back and forth. Tok. 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 If you notice, when I'm ending on the glottal stop K, tok, what am I doing? I'm in the position of K. Tok. But I'm not saying K. You get it? So, let me try and put this into really simple terms. A glottal stop means you end in the position of that letter, but you don't actually pronounce it out. And it's the position which makes the subtle difference of sound. Well, it's morely the ending sound. So you're changing the way that the sound ends in your mouth because you're changing the ending position of your mouth as the word comes to an end, right? All right, so the first word is tok, right? We're not saying dok, we're saying tok. So we're going into the K position, but we're not saying the K. Does that make sense? I really hope it does. I need some water after all that. All right, another one is P. For example, chop, right? So we've got CH, and we've got actually we've got a vowel or, and then we've got a glottal stop P. So chop, chop. It's not chop. We're not peeing out like that. If that's the way to say it. We're not getting the voiceless, or we're not then pushing the air out for the P. We're just landing in the P position. So what does that mean? Chop. You see? You're putting your lips together as if you are going to go P, but you stop short of going P, but you get in the position for it. So you're saying chop, P, but with no P. All right, and then last one is a glottal stop T. So same principle, you're saying what? So how do you end on a glottal stop T? Well, how do you say T? T, what are you doing with your tongue? You push it at the top of your... How do you do this? Oh, forget that. Your tongue is pushing at the top of your roof of your mouth, right? The ceiling of your mouth, where your gums are. T, or telephone, or T, right? But before you release your tongue down, you have to put it in the position which is where it's pushing up against the roof of your gums before it then comes down with airflow as it comes out. But we're not going down with airflow. We're just stopping in that position as it's pushing up against the roof of your mouth. So that's the ending position. So another way you can understand glottal stop is it's the position that your tongue ends in. And if you say K, well then you're just putting your tongue and pushing against the side of your teeth here. But we're not K, we're just in the K position. K. But we're just there. And for example, like P, what are we doing? Well, we're closing our lips, right? So chop, chop, or what? All right, we're putting your tongue up in the roof of your mouth. Okay, so once more, glottal stops last time is the ending position of either K, P, or T, but without the actual pronunciation of that letter. Okay, let's read these words one more time. Tok, chop, what? One more time. Tok, chop, what? Pay attention to my mouth position as it ended, and you'll see that it corresponds to what I just talked about. Okay, a few minutes, now I'll finish up here. Importance of glottal stops, alright? The glottal stop serves to close the airflow quickly without the full release that would happen if the consonants were at the start of a syllable. This is also why you might hear these sounds as being softer or more abrupt when compared to their voiceless counterparts in English. The glottal stop isn't a distinct sound you consciously hear in every word, but it's important because it alters the consonant. I think I've missed some words here. Because it alters how the Because it alters how the consonant is released at the end of the syllable. It's something that Thai speakers naturally do, but it's key to pronunciation, especially in distinguishing words that may otherwise sound similar. this is the glottal stop challenge for you. This is what I was talking about. So the point of what I was saying, how it's important, why am I saying there's an importance of glottal stops? There is an importance of getting these glottal stops really good, because there are words which have the same initial letter, use the same vowel, but have a different glottal stop ending, right? So the difference is so subtle. All right, I'm going to have a drink, and then I'm going to say these 3 words for you, all right? All right, I think this will be the last page for today, and then I'm going to have to stop and let my son come break into my room. Okay, so we've got RD. I shouldn't say D, I should say T, right? Glottal stop T, RT, and then we've got in the middle RK, or glottal stop K, and then we've got RP, which is the glottal stop P. So remember, we're talking about the final sound, not the beginning, right? If we're talking about the beginning sound, it's D, G, and P, but their ending sound is glottal stop D, K, and P. All right, I'm just gonna read the first one very slowly. Ready? Rot. So what am I ending on? I'm ending on a D, but it's a glottal stop T. T. So what does that mean? I'm not actually pronouncing it. I'm just ending on it. Rot. It's not rot. It's just rot. Rot. In talking about this is why there are limitations for when people use English to read Thai. What I mean is, when they can't actually read Thai, they use English as a means of transliteration to just be able to say Thai words. They'll look at, for example, the first word like rot, but the transliteration would be like ROD or ROT maybe, and they'll say like rod or rot, which to a Thai speaker is like, what? like rot, for example, means like rot nam, so you water your plants, or to water. So you wouldn't say like rot nam or rod nam, you would say rot nam. So it's completely opposite to English. In English, we pronounce these voiceless consonants, especially D, K, and P. But we also have a lot more, like SH, S, and X, and F, and a whole lot more. So any voiceless consonant in English is pronounced. But in Thai, in Thai they don't pronounce voiceless consonants at the end of syllables, but they only have 3 glottal stop voiceless consonants, and even at that, they're not actually pronounced, they're glottal stop. So it's rot. All right, the next one is rock. So what's that? The middle one is you're ending on a K position, rock, but no K, rock. Now you get it. All right, and what's the last one? That's R O P. All right, so that's a glottal stop P. So it's with your lips coming together. Rop. All right, one more time. We'll go left to right. 1, 2, 3. Rot. Rock. Rop. All right. If this is kind of tricky, you need to maybe, if you've printed this out, put under the red letter. The first one is brackets T. The second one is brackets K. The third one is brackets P. So keep in mind, when you put brackets, you're telling yourself land in the position of that consonant, but don't actually say it. You get it? All right, last time, and I've really got to stop now because my voice is killing me. All right, here we go. Last time. Rot. 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 All right, let's just do this one more time to really get the idea of how it's a glottal stop. Let's do this. Let's say it like in the English way. All right, so let's say rod. And now we're going to say rod without saying the d. And you get it? We're still essentially trying to say rod, but we're stopping with the d. But we're going into the position of d, but we're not saying the d. You get it? All right, here we go. So we'll say the English style, and then we'll say Thai style. Well, the correct way. So we've got rod, rod, rock. So English would be like rock, but Thai they say rock. English for the third one, we would say rop, but they say rob. So this is actually a good point to stop, and also to make the make the observation for those of you who are English teachers, or even have Thai friends. This is why you notice that Thai speakers struggle with pronouncing voiceless consonants at the end of words. You know, for example, English, they this is not in any way to put them down or looking down on them. It's just simply an observation of their language and the limitations and struggles and challenges they have in learning English and speaking English because of their own language, in the way that it hardwires their brain. For example, English, they would say English, because they're not used to saying sh at the end of any words in Thai. Or my name is Chris, but a lot of Thai people would say Krit. But because they're quite accustomed to a lot of celebrities and foreigners who have the name Chris, and they get a bit more of an S there. But let's think of another word like for example, S is a really big one. But for example, like I can't think of words here. Maybe K. K is a good one. For example, like kick. Kick a ball. Kick. So in English, we would say kick. A very strong K at the beginning, at the end. But the Thai people, they would say kick. Kick. So in their mind, they're saying it. Because when they read the word, they see, okay, K-I-C-K. Okay, so there's a K at the end. And their brain, when it sees a consonant at the end of a word, it just thinks glottal stop. Because that's how the Thai language works. So they really have to try hard to get over that and train their brain. Okay, when I'm speaking English, I need to put away glottal stops and say it properly. Kick the ball. Having said that, even native speakers, as an English speaker, we use glottal stops all the time when we can't be bothered to actually say the voiceless consonant clearly. Like bottle of water. Bottle of water. Bottle of, it should be an F, actually it's a V to be more precise, of water. So we say bottle of water. So we use glottal stops in English. Or for example, like what you doing? It should be what are you doing? What? But in English we say what are you doing? Doing. You see, so the T was gone, and then the G from doing was gone. So in English we do have glottal stops. It's just more of like a spoken thing. So in Thai, it's not you can or you can't. So it's you can't say like rod or rock or chop. It's not, you can have it or not have it like in English. Like for example, like what and what. In Thai, it's you don't have it. It's always a glottal stop. But they only have 3 glottal stops, and it's T, K, and P. All right. Okay, I'll leave it there. I hope that made sense. And I'm gonna have a break. I'm gonna get something to eat. I'm gonna let my son come in and watch cartoons, and then I'll be back tomorrow for another hour ish, and I'll see how much I can do then. All right. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go for today, and I'll continue on. Well, the video will continue on, but I'm gonna go now. Anyway, all right, see you later. Okay, I'm back. It's day 3 for me making these videos, so I'm back again, refreshed. I literally just got out of the shower, so I'm a bit of a rush here. All right, kids are playing in the bedroom, so I've got another hour. Let's see how much we can do. So we just talked about glottal stops, right? Okay. So you did that challenge, and I'm sure you get it, right? All right, let's just keep going. So we're talking about consonants, right? While we've covered the basics of Thai consonants, amazingly, there's still yet more to discover. As you continue your journey with the Thai language, you'll naturally encounter additional rules and unique traits These will become clearer as you practice and engage with more Thai content. Think of it as a treasure hunt. Each new discovery adds to your understanding. Enjoy the process. Or in other words, mate, to be honest, there is quite a lot more like of these exceptions and little rules to learn, and I making this PPT, I was just okay, that's enough. I've given you the main ones. There are quite a lot more, but I'm not going to give you everything. So I'm just going to call it a treasure hunt. All right, and that makes it more exciting-ish for you, and gives me a good excuse to not do the rest of them. All right, well done. You have just finished consonants. That's the third unit here. I just got off the phone with a friend from America. His name is Amir. If you're watching this, Amir, hello. And he was contemplating, is that how we say it in English? Coming to Thailand, and we were talking about, okay, what ways could we learn Thai? And I was telling him about my channel and this video series I'm going to do. And he's like, cool, all right, I'll watch that. And what other channels are good? And he recommended this and this, and I was like, yeah, go for it. So if I haven't done so, I just want to say, by no means am I implying that this is the only course that you need. But if you can find, obviously, other courses, which you're most likely going to have to pay for, whether it's a Thai native or other foreigners who make courses to learn Thai, then yeah, go for it. I'm just making this free so that everybody has access to a good, solid, complete Thai language curriculum course. That's my whole point of doing this. And yeah, go ahead in whatever way you can. And all right, let's crack on, because my time is limited. All right, so we're going to continue with vowels right now. Introduction to Thai vowels. Thai vowels function similarly to English in that they have short and long versions. However, a unique characteristic of Thai vowels is that they can be positioned before, after, above, or below a consonant. They can also appear as single vowels or as combinations. The actual linguistic terminology here is diphthongs and how do you say that? Triphthongs. Okay, so hold on. Has a delivery just come? No, sorry. I thought a delivery driver just came and beeped, but it was my son playing in the bedroom. It's really dark here. Hold on, let me open the window a bit. Is that better? Hold on. I'm using the sunlight from outside, but the clouds keep coming and going. So anyway, I'll try and keep it as bright as I can. So to demonstrate, let's use the consonant ma, or just M as you would know it, as an example, because you don't know the names of them yet, right? So it's just M. The vowels are arranged around M, or this ma letter, just for display purposes. So note that some of these aren't actual words. So this is what I mean, all right? Excuse me, just have a drink. So if we're talking about single vowels, right? I should go to the next slide. Did I have something about that? Okay, sorry. I think that we looked at this a while ago, where you can have, in the introduction, right? We talked about how vowels can be on the left, on the right, above and below. So I'm just going to go ahead and just show you some words. Most of these are actually words, but some of them don't exist. I just happen to combine it with a vowel just to show you the position. So for example, starting from the first word on single vowels column, we've got me, mu, mi, ma, right? So you can see that they're just single vowels. If we look at combinations, so on the right we've got mia, mau, me, mo. All right, so you can see that it actually uses a vowel maybe on the left above it. Some of them might not end with a vowel, but might just have the vowel above it. Anyway, they're combinations, so it can appear all around it in various different forms. All right, let's keep going. Since Thai vowels, I'm definitely recording, right? Okay, thank God. I just have to keep looking at the record, but I get so paranoid because I've done this so many times where I haven't been recording. Since Thai vowels require a consonant to be paired with the silent letter, or ang, you just know it as silent letter at this point, is used as a placeholder when displaying a vowel on its own. So, if we've got a word which is only using a vowel as its well, not a word, more like a syllable, we would require the placeholder, the silent letter, in order to say that vowel. So first of all, I want to teach you what the Thai word for vowel is, because we're talking about vowels, right? The Thai word for vowel is sara. All right, this is both low tone, sara. All right, vowel names are simply formed by adding sara. So when they say, like, you know, a, they don't just say this is a. Like in English we say this is the long vowel a. In Thai they just say vowel, and then they say the pronunciation of that vowel. So they say, like, e, they would say sara e. So it's like us saying vowel e, vowel I, vowel u, or vowel o. They say the word vowel before actually saying or pronouncing the vowel. That's just how they word it. Okay, so we're going to actually begin the process of learning Thai vowels, and there's 3 ways you can go about learning Thai vowels, all right? The first is obviously just listening and repeating. So this is just the purely naturalistic approach, the same way that a Thai would learn their mother language, just as you would in school. You're just simply listening and you're repeating, you're mimicking. But it requires, in order to be fluent, I mean, it depends how good your ears are at mimicking sound and how well you can actually determine the sound. It's not going to work for everybody. I mean, I've been in group classes where the teacher's like, okay, let's all say sara iya, all right, and then some other bloke is like, ugh. It's like, it's not even close, mate. And he's trying, you know, and that's kind of like an exaggerated example, but listening and repeating, it's great, but it doesn't work for everybody, because some people just don't have this ability of listening and mimicking the sound to a reasonable level of clarity and of accuracy. All right, so it is an approach, and I'm gonna use it. I myself, I'm going to have you listen and repeat after me. We're going to say each vowel 2 times. You're just going to look at the vowel with me and just say it 2 times. We're just going to do that all the way through. The second time we're going to do it through again is I'm going to explain with some English equivalents. So going back to the exaggerated example of the Thai teacher saying iya, and then this, 50-year-old bloke from Newcastle in England saying ugh, yeah. the teacher's like yeah, and he's like ugh, or he's just not getting it. So what about if the teacher said, oh, it's kind of similar to you saying ear, but more like, or here, or some sort of word which is a good equivalent to the sound. Actually, here is not a good equivalent, but anyway. So let's say the teacher did that, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, try again, and then he's like, oh, yeah, all right, you're getting it. So that's what we're going to do for English equivalents. And then the third approach is more of a linguistic approach, where you're actually understanding the mechanics of where your tongue is, where the sound's coming from, and all of that lovely jubbly stuff. All right. Okay, so are you ready? Yeah, I'm sure you are. So let's begin. All right. We're going to start off with the 2 approaches, the listening and repeating, and then I'm going to go through some English equivalents. All right, so we're going to start off with listen and repeat, all right? Let me just get a big gulp of warm water, and I think I'll be ready for you, all right? You might want to do the same. I think I need to use this little spray thing to get my throat. This is my teacher's secret weapon, or else I wouldn't be able to do these videos. Okay. All right. I think I'm ready for you. Okay, you guys ready? Okay, so at this point, I also just want to say we're not memorizing the vowels at this point. You're going to see a whole load of different vowels and, you know, a whole lot of strange squiggles everywhere. Don't worry about trying to remember or memorize any of the shapes or forms of these vowels. That's not the point. I'm just simply showing you them. I'm showing you them because I have to read them in order to see them, to read them, to have you repeat after me, right? I could just. There's no point in having a blank screen. You just listen and repeat. So we might as well see the vowel to repeat and listen, right? Okay. So here we go. I'm just gonna go through all of them and yeah, see how well you can listen and mimic and repeat after me. All right, here we go. 2 times each one, okay? A, it's the same one, okay? Don't worry. Let's keep going. Oh, I should turn off my phone. Hold on. Let me put the silent on it. Okay. One thing I should also mention is that what I've done as we go through these vowels is I'm pairing them, or I'm putting them in order of short and long. So, for example, here we've got a. This is also a. So we've got 2 short a, and then now we've got a long a. So just to recognize that, just so that you're aware. Okay, we're going short and long in these pair groups. Does that make sense? All right. Let's do that one more time. Okay, a. Okay, very good. Just keep going. I. E. Alright, so just focus on listening and repeating, alright? Very good. I'm gonna shut up now, alright? Sorry, I don't need to keep telling you. Very good job, student. You're a big boy now. You're a big girl. You can do it. Alright, let's keep going. Alright, let's go back and do this again. Okay. Oh, sorry. Uh, 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 L, 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 L. You might be thinking that one sounds really close to that one, so let's do these 2 again. L, 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 ow, 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 ew, ew, eow, eow, I, 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 oi, 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 uai, uai, ơi, ơi, ươi, ươi, rứ, rứ, or it could be re, re. You'll learn that later. Okay, there you go. You might have thought, wow, that wasn't so hard. Well, congratulations. You know, you're reading Thai. Look at you. You just read all that, right? It is a phonetic language, right? It's not just scribbles. It does read quite systematically. You just have to know the sounds. Okay, so let's just leave that for what it was. I'm gonna say again, I already said this at some point in the course. It sounds strange saying it like this, but if you have access to a Thai native, you know, it sounds like a piece of equipment you get out of the drawer as my Thai native. But if you have a friend or family or relative or whatever, who you can bring alongside you, you know, you've got the PDF, right? So if you're able to print it off, great. If not, put the PDF on your phone. Take this, you know, put the slides on full screen and just try and read them together with the native. I mean, even if you're in Thailand and you're just at a coffee shop or a restaurant, you know, maybe the wait is not busy. I used to do that all the time when I was in Thailand. I used to just, you know, get the waiter over when it wasn't busy. I mean, let's just face it. If I saw that the waiter was just sitting down looking at their phone, I was like, all right. I was like, excuse me, I speak in Thai. I'm like, Chui pom ne mai? Help? Can you help me? They're more than willing to help you. Honestly, amazing people. Okay, so that was just the purely naturalistic listen and repeat approach. All right. So if you want to go do that a few times, go ahead. If you found that doing that, there were some of these sounds or vowels that you were just like, what? How are you saying that? Then, all right, this next part is probably going to help you because I'm gonna equate these to some English equivalents. So I've practically found every sound in Thai every vowel sound in Thai in English, but you just have to really kind of dissect the word and get the vowel out. Anyway, let's do this. All right, this is going to be interesting. So the first one is ah. So it's a short. You'll see. Sorry, you'll see up there, right? I've put short. So it's a short vowel, and then further on it's a long vowel. So just notice that short and long can be displayed up there. Okay, so this is ah, just like at. So there again, at, right? This is just ah. So it's just a longer version. So ah becomes ah. You're just dragging it out, you know, like you're thinking, ah, I see. Ah, okay. So just like we do in English. I'm going to go through these quite quickly, all right? I, for example, it. E as in B. Obviously, this doesn't mean you say the B in English, right? I don't want to be offensive, but I've taught some students, and they're thinking, all right, so this is B. I'm like, no, you don't say the B. I'm just getting you a word as an equivalent. I'm talking about the vowel, which I've put in blue and underlined, right? Is that not obvious enough? Okay, so I'm trying to help you out here, just to make that clear. All right? I'm not saying that this is it. It's the vowel it, as in the word it in English. All right, I'm sure for most of you that's like, yeah, mate, I get it. But I just want to clarify that for the few of you who may misunderstand. All right, just putting that bluntly to you. All right, don't get offended. All right, okay, B. All right, let's keep going. So this is all right, as in put. So we have this in English, all right? Put. So it's You gotta dissect or pull out the vowel sound from the English word, right? So say the hold on. The Lotus delivery just came. Well, it would be Tesco for those of you in UK or Walmart. Just give me a minute. I gotta go get some grocery shopping, which is come to my door. Hold on. Here's the groceries. Just go put these away. Hold on. Okay. Alright, I just went outside for like 5 seconds and it's like dripping with sweat. Let me just dry myself down here. Don't want to have a sweaty appearance for you. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Just 1 second outside the air conditioned room and dripping. Alright. So we said that this was as in put. Alright, so put, but what you're saying is just all right, and then this is the longer equivalent. So you're just dragging on the sound, right? So put becomes put, so you get the and the from there. All right, let's keep going. This one is as in swimming pool, but I don't want the L ending, right? I just want the vowel. So pool in English, or just so and L become pool. All right, but I just want the from swimming pool, but with no no L, no just Okay, so it took me a long time to find this in English. I was like, where in English do we have Do we have in English? And I realized that we do not have in any word except OOL words. It's only OOL, like you fool or swimming pool. What ools do we have? Fool, pool, cool, very cool. So it's only OOL words where that OO is actually a oo. Alright, I won't go into English phonetics, that's a whole nother rabbit hole, but anyway, it's oo. Alright, short and then the longer version you're just going ooh. So ooh. Okay. There you go. Is this helping, right? I'm sure it is, because I'm guessing for quite a lot of you during the first phase where we just listened and repeated, right? It's fairly easy to sort of grasp. Okay, I can hear that sound, I can repeat it. It's not quite making sense how you're getting there. And then as soon as I give you an English equivalent, for those of you who are English natives, like English, American, Australian, it's like, oh yeah, okay, there's the sound. Yeah, okay, you see? So it does help quite a lot. I didn't have this when I was learning Thai. I was just like, listening to my little CD tape for like a million times, like, trying to get the sound. All right, there you is. There you are. It's the from pool. Okay, this one. This is kind of tricky. Hold on, I need some water. Okay. Firstly, let me explain down below. Right, I've put the word day, right, and the vowel is actually AY in English, so it's A. But you'll notice that I've put like those two, what do you call them in English? The little arrow things on either side, right? Whatever they're called, I put them there. Not brackets, but they're... Anyway, those two little arrow things, that's what I'm going to call them. When I put them there, what I'm saying, what I'm trying to imply or display is that you're compressing the sound, right? So, because actually A in English is a long vowel, right? A, it's a long vowel. But look at here, we're talking about a short vowel in Thai. So why is it that I'm saying that this is equivalent to a long vowel of A in English. Well, I'm not saying it's equivalent to the long vowel. I'm saying it's equivalent to the sound, but it needs to be compressed and said like it's shortened. Are you following me? So what I'm saying is that you're saying A, but you're compressing it and you're trying to squeeze it into a shorter amount of time, and you're saying A. You see it? Instead of A, you're saying A. So in a sense, you're saying the same vowel as the long A, but you're going. Let me do this, all right? I'm gonna show you by my hands, all right? This is the long A. You see that? A. That's the normal one. Like today, day. But what we're doing here, we're taking the A and we're going A. We're going A. We're going this much. Now you see that? So let's do a long version. A. Now we're going to do a short version. A. All right. So you're getting the same amount of pronunciation of the vowel. Like you're still completely saying the whole vowel, but you're saying it in a lot shorter time, or more of a compressed version. So you're saying A, and you're almost applying a glottal stop to it. You're almost sort of like applying, a compressed sort of pressure to cut it off. But whereas a longer one, A, you can sort of let it drag out. But with A, you're sort of you're cutting off in your throat. Okay. Anyway, you see the devotion I have to try and teach you this vowel. All right. So it's pronounced A rather than A. We're going A. Why do I do this? Because that's also A. Okay, but because when compared to its long counterpart, well, this is just the normal A as in English, and you'll see the arrow there because I'm trying to emphasize that this is the longer version, which is just a normal A, but I want to make sure that I put a real significant sign there so you see that, okay, the arrow means that it's long version of that AY, whereas these two with the little arrow things, that meaning it's compressed and shortened. So A becomes A. All right. How is that for you? Is that making sense? All right. I really hope it is, mate, because if I had this sort of explanation when I was learning Thai, it would help big time. Okay, so A and A. Next, we're going to keep going. This is just E. This is just the equivalent to the short E in English, like bet or red E. And then that's also E. This is E. So this would be more like AI, but without the R. So imagine you're saying air, like the air. But instead of, going into the R and pronouncing the air, you're just saying air. I mean, even in English, we just say like, I can't breathe the air. Even in English, we won't fully pronounce the R because it's a bit more of, it's a bit more of an effort. So imagine you're just saying air without the R, right? Air, or if you can understand it, it's basically the longer version of becomes eh. So you're saying like bet. I want to bet you about something, bet, but we just say bet. So becomes eh. You can either understand it as the longer version of the short dragged on, or you can understand it as being like AI without the R. Okay, how are we doing? 15 more. This is really quite a challenge to get through these. Okay, okay, this one. It's a short O, like as in on, or hot, or on or hot. So as in like a single O, with most words. But it's not O. It's not a wide mouth. It's not a wide open mouth like we say on. We say on. You see that? My mouth is quite open. On. This one is not O, it's O. So what have I done? I've just made my lips smaller and rounded. All right, so we've gone from o, on, like a normal English o, and now we're taking it to a o. You're trying, but let me put this. You're saying the same sound. You're saying o, like on. Just say on. Okay, say on, and now make your lips smaller, like this, and say on again. On. Okay, now take away the N. O. On. O. O. There you go. O. It's o. O. Okay, like do. Do. Do is table. O. Do. Okay, oh, okay. Alright, okay, that's my best explanation for you, okay? It's o. Okay, so that's o, and then the longer version is just, you drag it on a bit more. So instead of saying o, you say o, o, o. Okay, alright, this is just the equivalent of the normal o in English. So it's a very subtle difference between a small mouth and a more of an opened mouth. So this, let me show you here, right? This one was o, but this one is o. You hear that? Did you see it? Let's do it again. It's two away. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, here we go. Watch my mouth. O, 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 o. O. Okay, so it's o, o. Let me go back and forth. O, 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 o. It's a very subtle difference with the radius, the circumference of your mouth. Okay, where are we? So that's the normal o, as in on. All right, and then this is o, just a dragged out longer version. Okay. What's this? Okay, now this is actually a combination, right? It's u, as in like what we just learned with swimming pool. U. Well, actually, this u, if you remember, it was that little one. I'm not actually, forget that. We're not teaching you to memorize. I'm not teaching you to memorize them this point. But if we were to go back, it's the little one that is down below, and that was the u, which I said is u, as in pool. But what we're doing is we're taking that. And we're saying that u, but we're also adding at, as in at. So we've got u plus at becomes uat. All right, let's say u, and because when you say u, you end in like a W position. Well, actually, the word has already got W. That's a W there if you remember. The vowels above, and then the W there, and then the a on the right. So what we're saying is u and then a, and then you're using the W to connect the two vowels. So you're saying u and then a, and then say it together with a W in the middle. Uat. All right, but say it compressed. Uat. Don't say uat, because that's the long version, right? You have to say it short and compressed. Uat. All right, very good. It's u plus a, and then W to connect it. All right, and then that's the longer version. So ooh-ah, 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 ooh-ah. Okay, what's this? This is again another combination. It's e plus a, and we use a y to join them together. You'll actually, you can see in the word it's using a y. So it's ia. All right, and it's a short version. So imagine you're compressing it and you're tightening your throat as you end it. Ia. It's like somebody strangles you as you finish the word. Ia. So you're saying ia rather than ia. You know, if it's the longer version, ia. Imagine this, all right? I think it's a good way to remember. The short version is when you finish the word and somebody strangles you just as you finish it. Does that make sense? So ia is like ia. Yeah, all right, but this one is, all right, nobody's strangling me. I can take my time and finish the word. Ia. All right, look at the difference. Ia. So it's basically, I'm saying the short version of that. If you're trying to say it in a shorter amount of time, which actually forces you to sort of compress it and tighten your throat up to try and shorten the word. Okay, so ia. What's this? Well, this is and so this is the so we already learned these, so I don't need to spend too much time explaining about it, right? It's just a combination, so it's plus a, but you're not using a y in joining between the two vowels. There's no consonant to join between the two vowels. It's not like these other ones, right, where we had ia. You've got a y there. It's actually e-y-a, so it's ia. Or before we had this one, right, we had ua, so the w is there. This one, you see, it's o-ang. It's the silent placeholder, as you know. It's just the silent consonant. So here we're not using any kind of consonant, well, particularly y or w. In this instance, you would have thought it'd be y because it ends in like a y sort of shape. But we're not saying ya. We're saying a. We've got the and then go straight into the a. And remember, it's short, so compress it and try and tighten your throat as you end it. All right, and this one's very good. What's this? Well, this is just a short version of like I was like I don't know. You get it? Just imagine yourself saying it's the same as in or but if it's we don't want the m. We want just as the vowel carries on. So but it's a short version. So you see, you're getting sort of cut off halfway through, or almost at the end of it. It's like someone strangles you. Okay, so I could just tell you, like, the easier way is, rather than just say, oh, you're getting strangled, it's the shorter version of the long version. So if you can make sense of that, that's probably easier. So this is okay. This one is also so there's two all right, you see there, that's also it's just spelled differently. This one, we've got another combination. All right, it's the short compressed a, as in you're trying to say a, but it becomes a, and then you're ending in a u. All right, how do we do that? A, u, a, u. Put them together. Try and say one into the other. E, u, e, u. Say it together. Say it faster. Ew, 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 ew. You see? So start off by just saying them separately. E, u, and then get quicker. E, u, e, u, e, u, ew, ew, ew. And then find that sweet spot where you find yourself, it's joining now. Ew, 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 e, u, ew, ew. Okay. Ew. Ew, there you go. And then the longer version, ew. Very good. All right, this is again another combination. This time it's but it's the short one, so it's and then u. So do that again. This is kind of similar to a. This is Sorry, where are we? Yeah, okay. This one, right? So this is a. Ooh, but this one's so it's a subtle difference between the a and the This is the as in air, or the longer version but compressed of the e as in bet. So ooh, ew. All right, short vowel. So try and say it shorter. Ew, ew, and then drag it out a bit more. Ew, very good. Ew, ew. All right. This one's a bit more easy. This is just ow, but it's like a shorter way of us saying like now, like come here right now, ow, 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 not ow. That's the long version. That's this one. Ow. This is the short version. So again, it's just like saying ow as in now, but you're saying it quickly and try and compress the sound. Ow. This one, drag it out a bit more. Ow. All right, compare them. Ow, 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 ow. Very good. Look at you. You're reading Thai vowels. Check you out. All right, this is it and oo. All right, so do what we did last time. Say it, say oo. Say it together a bit faster, but start off separate. It, oo. It, ooh, it, ooh, it, ooh, ew. Find that sweet spot where they join. Ew. Ew. Alright, it's one continuous sound now, right? Ew. Very good. This one is another combination. So we've got E, and then we've got the dragged out ow. So it becomes E, ow. Alright, stay them separate. E, ow, E, ow, E, ow. But use the Y. I forgot to say this. Use the Y in the joining, right? So we've got the E, and we're saying yow. So technically, you're saying Y-O-W, right? Yow. Instead of now, it becomes yow. But join them. So yow, yow. All right, very good. I need another drink. We're almost there. I think my wife is running out of games to play with my kids. So let's try and get this done. All right, this is a short I, as in my. So remember, just a reminder. All right, I've put those little arrow things on to tell you that this is the compressed, shortened version of the English long vowel. So actually, the word my, that is a long I in English, but we're taking the long I and we're compressing it into a short sound. So we're saying I. But it's maintaining, it's keeping the essence of its sound, its pronunciation. It's not changing. We're just putting it into a short compression version, because in English we don't have them. Well, technically we could if we were to just say it. I mean, there's no reason why it wouldn't be a possibility to say I in English, like my. It just depends if that person's speaking quickly or not, or if they're putting more of a compressed, tightened version of the vowel or not, which is nobody really knows when you're listening. But my point is that in Thai they make that distinction, so it is something you have to learn, because in English we probably switch between a short compressed version of a long vowel when actually it's technically a long vowel, but we're saying it in a short compressed way. In Thai they actually separate between those two. Right? So this one is I. These two, right? This is I, this is I, this is I. And all I've been trying to do when explaining with these little arrows there is the fact that you need to try and get your head around what it means to compress and tighten a long vowel into a short vowel, or a long sound into a shortened sound, right? That's what I'm saying. So this is I. You see what you're doing? You're tightening up as you finish. That's I. What's this one? Try and imagine yourself relaxing a bit more and loosening up and saying it longer. I. You see? So if whatever sort of words or terminology, what's the word I can use here, or cues help you to get the sound out properly, then maybe you have your own vocabulary that you want to use to talk about this. I'm choosing to use the phrases like tighten and compress, but you might have a better vocabulary range than me. But anyway, this is I. All right, one more time. I. Very good. All right, that's this one. This is oi. So this is a normal, just like English, long vowel, as in oy, oi, or oi, oi. Okay. This one is a combination of two vowels, the long o, and then the e, like a normal e in English. All right. Oi, or, and we're using a y to say the e. So technically, if you want to, change that word, you could add y before the two e's in order to represent it better. So we're saying O as in on, but remember it's not on as in o. You need to shorten, you need to make your lips rounded. Is that a word? Yes, rounded and smaller. So o becomes o. I see that as a normal on in English. O, on, o becomes o, o. I just brought my lips closer together. I just made the radius smaller, right? So o, but it's long. This is a long vowel, so we're saying o, and then we're going into the e, but we're using a y to say it. So we're saying o, e, oi, o, e, and then like we did last time, say them separately and then get quicker. O, e, oi, 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 oi. Join them. Oi, oi, oi. Very good. All right, what's my son doing? He's coming out the bit. Jesse, what do you want? Okay. Where are we? Am I a sweaty mess yet? No, I'm doing alright. Okay. I'm doing good. Okay, this is oi. Alright, let's keep going. This one is another combination. So we've got oo, but the longer version, like pool, swimming pool, but with no L. So oo. And then we end in a long I as in my. So we've got oo and I. Ooai, ooai. For example, the word rich in Thai is ruai. You just add an R at the front. Ruai, ooai. Alright, it's a long ooai. Okay, this is a with a E, so it's it's because you have to technically go into the Y position in order to get to the E, if that makes sense. When you're saying and then from go to E to you get to the like yellow. Yes, it's you found the Y position. So just by transitioning from to E, you're gonna use the Y as the middle man in the process, as the bridge. Okay, anyway, so it's plus E, so alright, there we go. This one is just changing the to a as in put, but put, so it's and it's this one was this one's alright, this one easy now. This is just a simple good old in English. Alright, nothing more, nothing less. This one actually has two possibilities. It could be re, so pay very close attention that it includes the R. This is probably the only vowel that I'm aware of that actually has a consonant sound or R. So it's in Thai it would be the ra, which actually they flutter your tongue up one time, but it's R in English, but R in English is actually a vowel. But anyway, it's the r, right? So you're saying re, you're saying the vowel I, but with an R at the front. So it's re, alright? And then the other one is as in rookie. I'm trying to find an English word which happened to be R with the OO, which is because if you're not aware, OO in English doesn't always pronounce as think of the word food, that's oo, but think of the word good, that's alright, so double O could be oo or it could be in this case we're looking for but also with an R. So I happen to find the word rookie, right? So rook, but we're not taking the key, right? It's just the rook as in rookie. So we've got rit as in rip, and we've got root as in rookie. Rit, root, but you actually need to flutter your tongue up one time. You need to, what's the word in Thai, in English? We say, anyway, I'm going to say flutter because I think that's the word. You flutter your tongue up. You roll your tongue up, not roll like the rolling R, but the rolling R consists of fluttering your tongue up. That's the verb. All right. Anyway, so for re and r, you need to use the tongue which flutters up one time at least, and then with the vowel. So re and r. Whew. All right. Am I done yet? Oh man. Can you just give me a round of applause? I would appreciate that. Man. Well, there we go. That was the second approach. Let me spray some of this thing for my throat. Hold on. I've got 5 minutes and then I need to go help my wife give my baby a little bath. I've got a 6 weeks old baby and a 3-year-old son, so yeah, just quite limited with my time. Anyway, you're not here to hear about my daily commotions. So how are we doing? I'm just going to tell you about this third way, and then I'll stop for today's recording. So the third way about learning vowels in any language is a linguistic approach. So I am not going to attempt to try and make all these diagrams and illustrations that tell you where your tongue is and how the sound is coming out, and finding all of these IPA International Phonetic Alphabet equivalents for you. I'm not even going to go there, mate. Like, no way. This guy, I don't know if you're even watching this, mate, but his name's Stuart J. Raj. Sorry, mate. I don't know where you're from, if you're from England or Australia. But this guy has done like an amazing job of linguistically showing you how to pronounce all the Thai vowels. So, I mean, ideally, you could put all of these 3 methods in order. So yeah, go ahead with the Thai native. Just see how much you can mimic and get the sound. All right, then look at the English equivalents I gave you. Get some more, actual comparisons that help you get the sound and grasp it. And then if you want a bit more of the technical side, by all means watch Stuart J. If you're watching, mate, good on ya. Thanks a lot. I hope you don't mind the plug, Well, it's for you, isn't it? So I'm sure you won't mind. Yeah, go watch his video. I don't know if he's changed the title, but it should be like that. Or go watch it. Go find his channel. He's probably got a whole load of other videos that you might be interested in. Okay, so well done. We have just gone over all of the Thai vowels, and that was just an introduction. That was just like, okay, let's get to know all the sounds. Let's really grasp and figure out how you pronounce them. I'm sure you probably nailed all of them by the time I got you through all of that. And if you did, also check out that guy's video. I'm pretty sure most of you have figured out how to articulate every single Thai vowel, okay? Because, well, to be honest, they do exist in English. You just have to know where to find them. Okay, so with that said, I'm gonna finish on this action plan, and then I'll have to go now. But the same thing we did for consonants, you're gonna do, for vowels. All right. So for those of you who were loyal and keen and diligent and really did what I told you to do, well, good for you. I seriously do appreciate if you took my advice and are trying to go along with my method. I honestly am very confident that it's going to work. You just have to put in the time, all right? And that's the hardest thing. The hardest thing is not getting a course, finding a teacher. The hardest thing is just doing the work, doing the mundane memorizing of these vowels and consonants. That's just, there's nothing else to it. Anyway, long story short, what is your action plan? Well, it's the exact same thing you did for the consonants, right? So for those of you who have printed out the PDF already, well done. And then what you're going to do is, all right, these are actually the vowels. I printed them out like this. They're about that big. You see? All right, back here. So you're just going to go through and print them all out, however big you want the piece of paper. And yeah, same like last time with the consonants. All right, you've got these out, whether it's they're all on your wall, like I said, as one set. You can have another set that you put in your pocket and you pull out throughout the day. You could get another set, maybe keep them at work. You need to really just make this a priority and a fixed part of your schedule. If it's just something like, yeah, I'll get round to doing those vowels, like, it's not gonna happen, mate. Like, you've gotta get disciplined. You've gotta just get serious with your time management. I'm like, all right, me, I'm gonna learn these vowels and I'm gonna get them in my head and I'm gonna do it. And I'm telling you, just do this. It's simple. It's just a matter of doing it. Yeah, 3 weeks. I'm not having a go at you, right? It sounds like I'm quite strict. I'm just seriously trying to help you, mate, by telling you, just put in a little bit of work with a little bit of discipline and a little bit of just strict time management. You know, put this in your schedule. What time during the day? Don't just put it as in, yeah, all right, sometime in the morning. It doesn't work like that. It has to be, all right, I'm going to wake up this time and I'm going to do it from this o'clock to this o'clock, or, 10:30 to 11. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to do it. That is when you see results, mate. All right, anyway, I'm just giving you a pep talk here, but it's what I do as a teacher, right? I'm not here just to give you a load of content and say, yeah, there you go, learn. I'm also telling you how to do it. How can you actually get this done? And so you've printed them all out. Lovely jubbly. What you're going to do, you're going to read them 3 times a day. How do you read them? Well, what have I got next? Okay, yeah. So they look like this, right? Let's find an easy one, right? All right, like that, for example, right? They look like that. How are you reading them? This is what you're going to do. You're going to say long. You're going to say if it's short or long first, right? So this one's long. You're going to say long I. All right. So what we did with the consonants, you remember? We looked and we stared at the vowel, because this is the phase of actual memorization. Yeah. So we need to really just stare at it, give it a good 2 seconds, stare at it. All right. And then if you can just in your is that the word peripheral vision? I'm gonna go with that. Peripheral vision, the side of your vision where you're not focusing. You can see, okay, it's long. So say long, and you can see that it's I. So I've just put them here because I've got to put something there. Well, actually, if you've got the PDF, you can choose, right? You can either choose between this set where I've given you the Thai, the English equivalent, or if you want to just go like completely raw, you can do that. What I mean is you could just have it like that, right? But then you're like, well, then how do I know what it sounds like? Well, there is 2 ways you could do it. The first way is by just putting on the video again and going to the first part of this 3-way approach is where, you remember I just read through all of the vowels 1 time and let you repeat after me 2 times. You could just take that section, find the timestamp of the place where it starts, and write that as a comment or write it on a piece of paper, and then open this video, and then play at that point, and just do that every day for 2 weeks. As you go along with the flashcards. That's one way. Or again, if you have access to a Thai native, well then do it together with that Thai person. If they're with you, throughout the whole day. Maybe you have to find Thai natives as and where you go in order to do that 3 times a day. If you're in Thailand, that'd be pretty cool though, you could just have this little thing with you. Regarding, that's if you haven't got the English equivalent. If you've just got the raw version, right, you could just, all right, let's go talk to some guy at the bus stop and say, oh, sawadee krap,ผมอยากฝึกสระ if you can speak a bit of Thai to tell him, that'd be kind of helpful. Or her saying, I want to practice my Thai vowels, can you help me read these? I mean, you could just speak English if you don't know the Thai yet, so just find somebody and say, hello, can you help read these with me just for 5 minutes, as we sit here and wait for the bus or whatever. All right, I've got 5 minutes. เดี๋ยวใกล้เสร็จแล้วนะใกล้จริงๆตอนนี้5 นาที all right, I need to finish this because my wife and my kids want me to get out so they can watch cartoons. Okay, let me go back to the action plan thing. Hold on. I think you get the gist of what I'm trying to tell you, right? All right. Okay. Where are we? What was there? Okay, so print them out, you know, read them 3 times a day in whatever method that suits you, whether it's the raw cards or whether it's the Thai with the English equivalent. Read them 3 times a day. The way that you read them is you say the short, or you stare at it first, and then you for 2 seconds, and then you say whether it's short or long, and then you say the sound. So you say, for example, short, this one would be long, ai. All right, you can say it twice, ai, and then you keep going. All right, I'm pretty sure you get what I'm saying. All right, I'm just being really precautious and overly, what's the word? Thinking too much. All right, I care for you. I really do. Okay. So after you've done that for 2 weeks, the last week is where you cover. I mean, if they're raw anyway, well, you won't have any need to cover anything. But if you've got the English equivalents, then you can cover the English equivalent. You can make like a little box thing that we talked about, where you put them in a little box and it covers where it's short or long, the English equivalent, and then you can try and read the vowel that way. So cover and test and do that again. For 1 week, however many times a day you can. I didn't mention it on here, but you know, at least 3 would probably be good. And yeah, do that. Yeah, and I'll see you again in 3 weeks, and then you will not there, and then you will be proficient in your memorization of all the Thai vowels. So ideally, if you did the first step, you've got all the consonants down. Well done. You remember all the consonants. You have got engraved or ingrained, I don't know which word it is, in your brain that, okay, this letter is this sound. So you can see a Thai letter and you know, okay, that's K. Well done. If you've done all that, that's excellent work. Now you just need to do it again for the vowels. So at some point in the future, you're going to be able to look at that and you're going to say, yep, that's All right, or if I give you another one, you're gonna go, yep, that's ill. All right, without any need for an English equivalent, you're just gonna be able to look at the Thai and know what the vowel sound is. All right, that is your next process. That's your next phase. That's your next step. You need to just simply stop the video. I do encourage everybody to just go along with the complete process and method. You can just keep watching if you want, but I mean, I really do just encourage you. Okay, just let's get on with it. Let's do what he says. Let's stop. Let's print it out. Let's do it. Why not? I mean, you're here to learn Thai phonics and actually want to read and write, right? So come on, mate. Get on with it. Stop the video. Print it out. The PDF's below. You should have done that already if you've got the PDF of this video. So yeah, have a good 3-week challenge, and I'll see you again in 3 weeks, mate. I'm gonna stop the video now, and we'll keep going soon. All right, see you soon. Okay, I'm back. I wish I could say that today I'm refreshed and ready for another good solid hour of recording, but today I was super busy. I just had to go to the hospital. I myself needed to get a dengue shot. Is that what it is? It's called ไข้เลือดออก, and it's when you get those diseases from mosquitoes. So that's just come out recently, so I got that vaccine. My kids needed to get some vaccines, so it was like really rushed this morning to get to hospital and get back, and I was thinking, well, let's see if I got time, and I managed to get back in time. So all right, anyway, just a bit of my life story for you. I'm back, and we're gonna keep going. All right, so what are we doing? Yes, okay. I'm sure you have just finished 3 weeks of learning vowels, right? Well, I hope that went well for you. I hope now that you are able to look at any vowel and just say it. So that was the plan. That was the goal, wasn't it? So welcome back. If you've done that, good on you. Well done for having the self-discipline to get through that. You now know all 46 Thai vowels and their given sounds. Congratulations. All right, so we just finished vowels. We've done script, tones, consonants, vowels. Now we are finally gonna get to spelling. This is unit 5. All right. So let's keep going here, all right? Consonant names. I keep saying it like consonant names. All Thai consonants have an assigned name, which is useful when it comes to spelling, as there are sometimes multiple consonants of the same sound, for example. Okay, so for example, we've got a K, right? And actually, I think there's 4 different Ks, but I'm just showing 3 examples here. So seeing as we have multiple Ks, or seeing as there's duplicates of some letters in Thai, I don't know if that's why, but for whatever reason, they do have names. You know, so for English, it'd be like saying a apple. I mean, apple is not the assigned name of A, it's just, you know, we use apple perhaps because it's just the first thing that comes to mind. But with Thai, every letter has a specific name. So for example, this is the letter G, right? There's only one G in Thai. The way that they call it is they will use the vowel O. You see there? You know that, right? Yeah. That's the vowel O with the single O-ang, or you can also understand it as being the silent consonant placeholder, but it also functions as a vowel, which is O, right? But you already know that, don't you? Okay. Somebody's phoning me. All right, hold on. ครับสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีค่ะติดต่อจากทางเดนโก้ค่ะมาติดตามสอบถามการใช้งานกล้องติดรถยนต์นะคะ
พอดีตอนนี้ไม่สะดวกนะครับ
ได้โอเค
ครับครับผม
สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ All right, there you go. There was some real life Thai for you. All right, so yeah, this is Go Gai. So what they do is they use the vowel O in order to just pronounce the consonants. So it's like Go. It's like us saying like Bo, Do, Fo, you know, for B, D, F or whatever. We're just using a vowel for the sake of being able to pronounce or say the letter. All right. So this is Go. That's the actual sound. We're using O to just, you know, so that we can hear, okay, it's G, it's Go. But then the name of this letter is actually Gai. Well, it not just Gai by itself. You have to say Go Gai. Of course, if you just say Gai by itself, Gai is chicken, right? So, but if you say Go Gai, now you're saying the letter G, which is assigned the name chicken. You following me? So Go Gai is the letter for this G, but then just Gai by itself on the right, that's chicken. All right. Okay, I'm sure that makes sense. I'm just really quite rushed here. So, okay. So talking about spelling, is quite interesting because a lot of foreigners, when they come to Thailand to learn Thai, whether it's in a Thai language institute or whether it's with a private tutor or whether they buy some books, all right, more often than not, they will start you off with learning this, right? They're going to get you memorizing all the letters of the Thai alphabet. Now, that may seem like a good place to start. Well, yeah, why not? But it's actually detrimental, if that's too strong of a word, but it's not necessary. Why are you wasting your time learning the letter of the consonant or the letter of whatever when that doesn't help you actually phonetically read left or right? You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't need to know Go Gai. You just need to know that it's G. G is enough to know how to read a word. Like, you don't need to know that it's chicken and then being able to know, okay, now I can put this consonant and this vowel together. It's just, what I'm trying to say is that it's extra knowledge just for the sake of it, and it's not necessary at this point. in the beginning point. So that's why when you saw in this course, we learned consonants and vowels. We just went straight to it. Okay, what's the English equivalent? What is the literal sound of this consonant, and what is the actual literal sound of this vowel? Because consonants also have a specific name assigned to them, but that is for the sake of spelling, more so. You don't need it in any way to phonetically read Thai. So if you get my point, that's why now we are going to learn the names. But a lot of foreigners who learn Thai kind of get a bit, what's the word? It's quite tedious. You just start a language, and here I am having to learn like chicken, egg, bottle, water, buffalo, and what else have we got in here? Hold on, a bell, person, snake, plate. I mean, essentially you're learning a whole load of vocab which you're not entirely going to use in your everyday life. Well, you might use chicken and egg, but I mean, water buffalo, I don't think you're going to use that very often. Bell, maybe not. Symbol, no. Chain, crown, spear, base. I mean, some of them, yeah, maybe you could make an argument, oh, they're quite useful for everyday life. Yeah, but like almost half of them are also not. So I just feel that it makes much more sense to learn how to phonetically just read and pronounce Thai with just straight up direct equivalents to their English counterparts, and then just, get on with phonetically reading. Now that we have come to spelling, this is a good place to start learning the actual names. Okay, I hope I don't get too dark here because I've got my window open, but the clouds keep coming. All right, hold on, the baby's crying. I think I need to go put his pacifier back in. Okay, I'm back. So many obstacles to making this course. All right, so let's do this now. I'm sorry for the long introduction, but I'm just trying to put you in the right mindset to learn this. Okay, so spelling. What we're going to do is we're just going to read them. I'm not going to say, well, I guess I could say it's chicken. So what I want to do is I want to read it. Gò gai, chicken. Or maybe it's not best to do that, because then you might start associating the whole two words gò gai as chicken, where it's just gai is chicken. The gò is just used to pronounce the consonant. Okay, so just to clarify, on the right where you see gai, that's chicken, right? Or in here, kai, that's egg. Or quat, that's bottle. So the right side is the actual word. On the left is just a vowel being used in order to pronounce that consonant. Okay, I'm sure 90% of you realize that, and you are just getting bored of me repeating myself, but I'm just trying to reiterate it so that it's clear. Okay, so I'm just going to read these left to right, not the English, and yeah, let's just see how well you do at reading some simple words here, because most of them are just maybe a few letters long. Okay, are you ready? Here we go. Gò gai, khò khai, khò khwat, khò khwai, khò khon. You probably know which ones are the obsolete because they won't be recognizable to you. So if you remember, we said that there were 44 official consonants, but 2 are obsolete, so there's 42. Here it is. This is the obsolete one, and this is the obsolete one. Okay, so it's very similar, right? The khò khai and the khò khwat, but actually khò khwat is not used anymore. I mean, the word khwat, it still means bottle, but this letter it's very similar. It's just got a little indent going down, so that one's not used. And then likewise, the kho kwai and the kho khon is not a letter used anymore, so it's just got the little indent. That's one easy way to remember that those two are obsolete. Okay, let's keep going. This one is khoระฆัง งองู จอจาน ชอชิง ชอช้าง สอโซ่ ชอกระเชอ ยอหญิง okay sorry ยอหญิง now these two you got to be careful. All right, one of them is D and the other is DT. All right, so the one that has the little extra squiggly bit at the bottom, that's the DT, and that's the normal D. So it's kind of like an easy way to remember, because it's just one little circle at the bottom is D, and then if we add another sort of a component in the sense that we're adding T, so we just had like one letter, now we have two because we have an extra squiggly line. So that's one way to remember. So D, DT. All right, let's do this again. Dọชดา ตอประตัก. All right, remember, get your DT right at the front here with your tongue and the release at the same time. Okay, this one is ทอฐาน โทมันโท Thai literature character. Okay, whatever that is. ทอผู้เฒ่า นอแนน novice monk. ดอเด็ก I'm sure you've noticed this and know this already, but just to make sure, the difference between ดอเด็ก, right, and ตอเต่า, these two, right, the D and the DT, when compared to, I'm going to go way back here, when compared toคอควาย, all right, this one, when you do the circle, right, you go around, you need to start at like, or imagine you're looking at it, imagine you're starting at 8 o'clock and you're going anti-clockwise and then you go down. So you go right and then down. Does that make sense? You start at 8 o'clock, you go down, go up, and then you go left and over. Whereas, well, one way of saying it is like the line is on the outside, but with these two, the dodek and the totao, right, the line is in the middle, coming from the circle. So you're starting from 8. Well, actually, yeah, you started from 7 or 8 o'clock, I guess, and then you're going left, you're going clockwise, and then you go under. So one of them, the line is over, but for these two, the line goes under as you come out from the circle. Okay, so dodek, all right, this one, ต่อเต่า ทอถุง. Also, when you're pronouncing the ta, it is going to be actually the tone that we haven't learned about tone rules yet, but okay, at the moment, just don't worry about getting the right tone. When we learn the tone rules and we come back to, I guess I should have taught you tone rules before this. Well, it's kind of a difficult sequence because you need both at the same time. So I had to choose one or the other. Okay, my point is that at this point you are able to phonetically read the word left to right, right? The consonants and the vowels. That's great. But at this point you still don't yet know what the assigned tone is. All right, that requires knowing tone rules. Oh, where's my phone? Because I've only got like half an hour more to do. Okay, sorry. I have to set my timer here. So coming back to this, the first time we're doing this, we're just going to read them phonetically. And don't worry about the tone. But if you can by listening to me pick up on what tone it is, well then great, try and mimic me as much as you can. And like I've said throughout the whole course, if you have a Thai native who can help you read these, even better. So going to my point is that after we then finished about tone rules, you would be able to come back to these and actually know the correct tone for each one. So this is ta, tung. When I was reading the names of letters, I thought that every letter, when it uses the ang, it would just be like a mid. So it doesn't matter if it's like ta, da, ka. I was focusing on the word, getting that right. Like this would be tao, but this would be tung. So it's a different tone. But I didn't recognize that, actually you also have to say the beginning part when you're using the ang or the sound to read the letter. That also has the tone rule applicable to it. So this is da. This is da as well, but this would actually be ta. So I'm pretty sure I'm right about that. I asked my wife about it a long time ago. I might have forgot, but I'm pretty sure that also the R in the front with the letter is also being changed by the tone rules. Okay, so this is ta tung. All right, keep going. This is ta tahan, ta tong, nọ nụ, bòใบไม้ ปอปลา ผอพึ่ง ฝอฝา พอพาน ฟอฟัน พอสำเภา มอม้ายอยักษ์ รอเรือ ลอลิง วอแหวน สอศาลา สอราสอฤโอเคสอฤษีสอฤษีโอเคเอาใหม่ สอฤษี That's a pretty tricky one because you got the ru. That is actually using a vowel that you did not learn. It's literally only this word that has that vowel, so I saw no point in teaching it. But it's very similar to the ru, but it's a longer version, so it's ru si, because you got that sort of like a but it's a longer tail version of the but what it's doing is just making the ru longer, so it's ru. Because we know that ru is like the word rookie, right? You remember that? Ru. But this is now a longer version of that because it's got the but you're not reading you're reading the ru with a longer version of it. Does that make sense? Ru. And then you got si at the end. So saw ru si. I might have butchered that, but your Thai native can help you get that perfectly. I'm doing my best here, mate. Saw สือ หอหีบ Law Jutla. That's an L, right? A strange looking L, isn't it? Or Ang. Ho Nok Hu. Okie dokie. I'm only going to do that once. You can go back and watch my feeble attempt. Well, it's good enough to just get a grip on it, isn't it? But there are loads of YouTube videos of Thai natives who can run you through the names. There's lots of songs and kids songs as well that help you remember it. Okay. It's getting really dark outside. The thunderstorm's coming again. It's so difficult to make these videos. Okay, so yeah, I'll leave it at that. Did I talk about? Okay, no. Okay, so I didn't mention here, but yeah, you're gonna do the same thing like you did with consonants and vowels. If you want to remember all these, which I recommend you do, well then you got the PDF, print them out, make a little deck of cards with them, and yeah, just do the same assignment style exercises that we've been doing. Do it for however long you want. 3 weeks like we did with the other ones, or you can make it shorter. But basically, the goal is to just memorize all of these consonants with their assigned words. And by doing that, you're going to learn some words anyway, even if they're not, like, some of them aren't useful. Or you could skip this. So let me just say this right now. You don't have to, at this point, remember these names. I'm just telling you that there are names. At some point, you are going to have to remember them in order to get, in order to be able to spell properly. But it's not essential for the order of our method here. That it's not going to affect in any way your phonetic ability to read and speak Thai. That's my point. It's purely for spelling. Okay, with that said, let's keep going. I'm still recording. Yes, thank God. Thai punctuation. Thai script is written without spaces. We talked about that between words in the introduction, didn't we? Instead, spaces are used to separate sentences or phrases. All right. So, for example, ฉันชอบกินข้าวผัดกุ้งมาก which means I really like eating shrimp fried rice. So in English, we space between the words. In Thai, it's just one long. It's just all together, right? But you know where each word is, so you know how to read them separately. Note: Thai traditional Thai does not use commas or full stops. However, in modern Thai, they are quite commonly used. Okay. All right. Next, let's talk about some punctuation symbols, which you're going to need to get accustomed with and familiarized with as we learn Thai. This is the symbol Mayamok. Is it Mayamok? Sorry, it's all right, so I think the rain's coming. All right, the rain's coming again here. We gotta go get the laundry. I'll be back in a minute. Laundry. Okay, I'm back. Now you've got the sound of the rain as we learn here. Mind you, when it rains in Thailand, it's not like, English rain. It's not like a trickle and it drizzles all day. It's really lobbing it down outside. You can't truly hear it through this microphone, but it's like you can't really see very far. Well, anyway, I hope the electricity stays up, because more often than not in Thailand, when thunderstorms or really heavy rain comes, we get power cuts. So all right, you see the obstacles I have to do this video. Anyway, well, I'm in the rainy season. I didn't really have any other choice to do these videos. Okay, let's keep going here, right? We're talking about punctuation markers. It is a Thai repetition marker, so it indicates that the preceding word should be repeated. I really like this symbol. I wish we had it in English, because essentially it just repeats that word. So you don't have to write like fast. You can just write fast and then this little marker. But in English we don't speak like that. We don't say two words together as an emphasis. So what it does is it repeats a single word. So a single rail fast. But if we say rail, that means like hurry up quickly. So you can see that it acts as a repetition marker. This is actually a good point to tell you, well, why are they using a repetition marker? Well, simply put, it's just adding emphasis, right? So if one fast is just a normal fast, if I said like fast, which we don't say that in English, but imagine we did, like fast, do it fast. Okay, now do it fast. So it just means like very. Right, it's an idea of saying very, just in a different form, in a different way. You just repeat the word. Okay. Apart from that, it also softens and intensifies adjectives and adverbs. So I sort of touched on that here. This is another way to look at it. It can either soften or intensify depending on the meaning of the adjective or adverb. So, for example, koi, it becomes koi koi. And as we're talking about this, I should also mention that when you see this marker, right? So a single reo becomes reo reo. If I slow that down, reo reo reo, what you're doing is when you use this repetition marker, you've got two words now. So you're not really saying the first word completely. You're saying it a lot quicker in order to get to the second word. So you're not saying reo reo. You're not saying them like two complete whole words. What you're doing is you're compressing the first word, re reo, and then you're going reo reo. So you're going fast and then normal speed. That's how you say them. So for example, this one, koi, becomes koi koi, rather than koi 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 koi. So I just said koi for the first one, koi, and then koi koi koi. All right, I hope this rain is helpful to the learning atmosphere. But I haven't got any other time to do this, so I hope the rain. Well, it's rain. It should be relaxing, shouldn't it? You know. My microphone doesn't pick it up that much, I'm sure. Okay, so the third way it's used is used in set phrases. So, for example, เรื่อย is a set phrase. Like you have to say both in order for it to mean continuously. And bye bye is one way of saying often. You can just say bye without the repetition, but it's used very frequently in a repeated way. Soบ่อยๆผมชอบกินพิซซ่าบ่อยๆ I like to eat pizza often. Alright, and then the fourth way is it can add a casual, friendly or playful tone, depending on the phrase that you're using. For example, bye bye mama means back and forth. So you're literally saying go go come. But remember, when you're doing these repeating words or these words in a repeated pair, you're saying the first word more like a lot quicker, and then you're saying the second word more normally. So you're not saying bye bye ma. You're saying bye bye ma bye bye ma. Right? See that? Bye bye mama bye bye mama. All right. Very good. There's another symbol to learn here. This one is called ไปยาน้อย It is a Thai punctuation marker used to indicate an abbreviation. So it's similar to the way the English uses an apostrophe or ellipsis. Is that how you say it? To shorten words or phrases. All right. So let's talk about its function and meaning. It shortens phrases that are commonly understood by the reader. So the reader knows what the full sentence or the full phrase is, but it's used mainly in formal writing and documents and official names because it just takes up a lot of space to write the whole phrase or wording or terminology or whatever. So they use this as a shorter means. A really good example that you'll see everywhere in Thailand is กรุงเทพ with this little มาอย่าน้อย marker because it's an abbreviation of the full name. I mean, even กรุงเทพมหานคร is not the full name. That's a little bit of a longer name, but the full name is actually pretty much a song. It's just ridiculous how long the name is. So that works as an abbreviation marker which replaces all of the omitted longer part of the phrase. Okay, we have another one here which is kind of similar to the other one, but this time we have a law ling in the middle of two of them. So this is called bayan yai. All right, the other one was bayan noi. This is bayan yai. It's another abbreviation marker used in Thai writing similar to bayan noi, like I said, but it's got a little bit of a different function here. So the way that we use it is that it's used to represent etc. It's just literally the same functionality as etc. Let me open up my curtain here. Getting a bit dark. Okay, I think that'll have to do. And It's used to indicate that more items or examples could follow, but they are omitted for brevity, all right, to make it shorter. So, for example, if I was saying like, oh, what kind of fruit do you like? And then I say, oh, I like mangoes, durians, longans, etc., and so on and stuff like that. Keep in mind, this is written. This is written Thai. If you want to say like etc. in Thai, they have a few phrases, but one of them is "pen ton," which literally means "pen" is to be, and then "ton" is like the start of. So you're saying like, ผมชอบมะม่วงทุเรียนลำไยเป็นต้น So it's like I like mangoes, durians, longans, and that's just the start of it. You know, it is meaning to be the start of it. So in Thai, their phrase is, and that's the start of it. That's the beginning of it. I haven't even got into all of it. That's just the beginning. In English, we'd say things like, you know, and so on and stuff like that and all that jazz. And we say etc., right? But they don't say etc. They just write it like this. Okay, so that's called bayan yai, right? Okay, it's got a lolling in between two bayan noise. Okay, so in summary, let's have a look here, right? We have got 3 markers. One is a repetition marker, it just repeats the word. One is an abbreviation marker, which is used when you don't want to say the whole complete phrase or sentence. You're just putting that there because the reader knows what the rest of it is. And then you've also got the equivalent of etc. In Thai, but this is only the written version. If you want to say the spoken version, you literally say to be the start of, or pen ton, or you can say the start of and then go, like pen ton pai, or you can say just say pen ton, all right, or pen ton pai. Okay, wow, we've done spelling, tone rules. Oh, well, let's just start it. I'm definitely not going to finish it in this recording, but we might as well get a foothold in it, right? Okay, tone rules. This is unit 6. This is the super important, and this is kind of like the nitty-gritty. It's to do with like formulas, and it's gonna be kind of a headache. I'm just gonna say that. You're gonna have to kind of work on it a bit. You're gonna have to, okay. This takes a bit of thinking. It is a bit of a tricky one because Thais acquire the tones for words by just sheer exposure over time. All right. I mean, they do essentially learn this same method that I'm going to teach you, but they learn it in a Thai way. With Thai terminology. I'm kind of taking that same method, but I'm putting a more systematic approach on it and putting it into set formulas rather than these like separate rules and exceptions and things. I'm just giving you like the straight up formulas. It's a formula. It's gonna make sense, all right? Let's just get on with it. When reading Thai, every word has a fixed tone. You know that already. There are 2 ways to determine the tone of a Thai word. Well, there's two approaches you could do for this, right? One is just memorization. Just memorize it. All right, you haven't got a clue about why or how it's that tone. You're just gonna remember it. In the same way that if you were to rely on transliteration, where you're using English with those little, you know, markers above it to read Thai, you're never actually knowing why or how it's that tone. You're just relying on, okay, what little squiggly thing has it got above it? Is it that one? Is it that one? Is a little arrow up and down? All right, that's basically no different than Chinese, because Chinese uses pinyin, which is the romanization of Chinese or transliteration, if you like, to read it. And that's just, you're just memorizing every word individually, and it's got a lot of limitations. That's why Chinese is so difficult to learn, because you have no choice but to do that, because Chinese is not really a phonetical language at all. It relies solely, well, I would say mostly, on the sheer memorization of the pinyin. All right, the second approach, this is what I'm going to do for you, the systematic approach. You can learn the tone rules, which allow you to determine the correct tone based on the word's components. So you're going to look at 3 components of a word, and every word you can apply this tone formula. You can dissect the word from left to right. Look at these 3 components. They're going to give you a formula that will give you a tone, and you're going to memorize those formulas to know that, okay, this formula 1, 2, 3 is that tone, or this formula ABC is that tone. All right, let's go to another page. For example, all right, let's take a word. Let's illustrate this so that it's going to be visually understandable for you, right? Because I've just spoken a lot of jargon right then. Let's put this into practice, right? Let's take the word mark, all right? You don't yet know that it's that tone, all right? You know that's M, that's R, and then, okay, that's G, but it's functioning as a glottal stop, so it's a K, but it's not a pronounced K, so it's like mark. But it could be mark, right? You don't know which mark it is. I'm telling you now that it's mark. It's a falling tone, right? It means very. So if you rely on memorization, I think my time's running out here, you would simply remember that it has a falling tone. However, this approach often requires transliterations to recall the tones accurately, right? Just like we compared it with pinyin of Chinese. The systematic approach involves understanding the tone rules like this. This is the way that I decided to learn Thai. All right, for the example, mark, right? It is LLD. LLD is a falling tone. And interestingly enough, there is a tone formula called LSD, and it is the high tone. I just found that really quite ironic that LSD is high. All right, anyway, but LLD is falling tone. How do we do this? All right, remember what I told you is that you're going to look at the word left to right, and you're going to dissect out, you're going to pull out 3 components. This is what you're going to do, right? All right, let's do it. The first component is the class, and you look at the first consonant being pronounced, all right? Not the first letter, because sometimes letters or the words might begin with the vowel, as in the vowel's on the left, but you're not using that as the first component. You're looking at the first class consonant. I need to turn off my fan, hold on. Okay, so for example, in the word mark, the first consonant is ma. Well, that's the name of it if you've learned that already. If you don't know, it's the M. There's only one M, and that M is a low class consonant, and you would know that if you had memorized, which I'm sure you have. I'm very hopeful in you. The consonant classes along with the pronunciation, right, with those little cards. So, okay, we've got the first component. So we're going to write down L, right, because we have L, M, H, low, mid, high. So you write down L. Okay, it's L. What's the next thing we look at? The next thing you look at is it a long vowel being used or a short vowel? And the answer is it's long. It's the vowel A, which is a long vowel. So you write down L to represent long, and you would write down S if it was short. Now, the last thing you look at is the syllable ending. Is it a live syllable or is it a dead syllable? I'm going to explain in a minute how you figure out whether it's a live syllable or a dead syllable. But just for now, you look at the ending and you look if it's a dead or a live syllable. In this case, it's ending in a dead syllable because it's using go gai or the ga or the g, which has a glottal stop, and the glottal stop K is regarded dead. You're going to know that in a minute, but I'm just telling you. So, by learning the tone rules, you can determine the tone of any word without relying on transliterations. What that means is you can look at any word and you can know its tone. It's just a fixed formula. This formula method will enable you to read every word with the correct tone. I mean, you're going to have to work on getting your tones right, but I mean, at least you know what tone is, which is going to take a lot of the sort of fear or a lot of the uncertainty about reading Thai out of the equation, because you're not left like, is it this tone? Or I think I remember that one, or I'm not sure. You're not reliant on memory. You can actually literally look at the word, read it left to right. And what we just did, right? The what am I going to say here? The task of looking at a word and then translating the word into components, it takes a while in the beginning. Like, remember we just did this, right? You have to look at it and you think, okay, that's L, okay, because it's low class, and that's a long vowel, so it's LL, okay, and then it's go, guy, it's go, it's ending in a K, okay, so it's dead. In the beginning, when you're doing this for each word that you encounter, as you learn new vocabulary, it's going to be quite tiring and tedious, because you're literally sitting there like, okay, that's the first component, okay, what's the next component? Until you get each formula, it's going to take you a while. But eventually, what you do is, by doing this so much, your brain will start to get accustomed to the formulas and their the common words which use that formula to make that tone. Okay, I think I'll stop there, but let's go and talk about, this is the last thing I've got to do. This is the last page. Okay, last page, right? And then I'll have to stop for today's recording. So what is a live versus a dead syllable? We talked about how you have to know whether the word ends in a live or dead syllable. What on earth is a live or dead syllable? Chris, will you finally tell me what on earth is a live and dead syllable? I haven't got a clue what you're talking about. All right, mate, I got you back. Let's make this clear for you. It's not as difficult as you think. Let's do this. All right. So a live syllable. Why are we even using the word live? It will make sense when you learn about this, but I'll try and put it in advance in an easy way. You're saying the word live because the sound is still alive. The sound is still being able to be heard. It's active, it's alive, it's still there, it's present. All right? That is the idea of it being a live syllable, as in there's still a presence of sound being retained or dragging on to the end of the word. So, a live syllable is a word for one of two possibilities. One, that word ends in a long vowel, so it has no consonant ending. It's just consonant and then a vowel, and it ends in that vowel. Or if it does end in a consonant, that consonant is a sonorant or resonant sound. That's just linguistic jargon for in Thai it's M, N or NG. Really, that's it. If the word ends, if we're talking about consonants now, if the word ends in a consonant which is either M, N, or NG, then it's a live syllable. All right? Okay, now let's look at dead syllable. I'm going to have to try and finish this in like a few minutes because I've really got to finish my recording today. Dead syllable, well, it's kind of like the opposite. It doesn't end in a long vowel. It ends in a short vowel. That's in the instance that the word is only ending in a vowel, that there's no consonant at the end of that syllable. So if it ends in a short vowel, then it's a dead syllable. Or if it ends in a glottal stop, for Thai, that's only K, P, and T endings. Or if you remember, it's the position. So in every consonant that you learned, you would have saw that I put in brackets the consonants which are glottal stops endings, and they can either be K, P, or T. But obviously, you know that, keeping in mind it's not a pronounced letter. It's the ending position, and there are 3 ending positions. There's either K, P, or T, and so if it meets that one of those 2 criteria, then it's dead. If it's likewise for the other 2 above, then it's a live syllable. And I'm gonna give you a secret trick. Well, it's not secret. It's well, I've never seen anybody use it. I've never seen any textbook or any foreigner who's been teaching Thai. I don't really see many foreigners teaching Thai, but there are a few out there. I've never seen anybody give this like little word in order to remember this live and dead syllable way. That most of them go with this like generic chart. Where is it? I don't know where it is. I'll show you it later if I have it. But they all use this same generic chart off the internet, and I just found it really quite. It's quite like a waste of effort to look at all of the different columns and rows on the chart. Some of you might know what I'm talking about if you go look for it. Just write live versus dead syllable in Google Images. You'll probably find the chart. But I found that sorry, I really rushed my food today. When does it get recording in? One way that you can remember if it's a long or dead syllable when you're looking at the end of the word, right, is by doing this. You can say to yourself, is it long? So in a sense, you're trying to say the word long, but I'm just sort of altering the spelling of it. Instead of saying long, I'm saying long. Why am I doing that? I'm saying long. One, so that I know, okay, is it a long syllable? Or is it ending in MN or ND? And I'm just combining those 2 criteria into one word of long, so that I can know, okay, it's 2 criteria that I could possibly find for each word, and that's just like one quick way to remember. Okay, is it long or is it short kupata? You get that? So if it's short kupata, it could end in a short vowel, or it could be KPT glottal stop. So every time you come to look at a word, you say, okay, let's do this together. So you look at the first class, you look at the first consonant. What class is it? Okay, it's low. Okay, next, what vowel is it? Okay, it's a long vowel. Okay, but how does it end? Is there a consonant at the end? Yes, there is a consonant at the end. Okay, what is it? Is it long? Or is it short? Oh, it's the k, right? It's the k. There it is. So you know that it's dead. Okay, for those of you who got and grasped what I just said there, congratulations. Well done. You're very, very smart. If I were learning Thai and I were listening to myself talk about this, it would all fly over my head. Like, I would have to listen multiple times. So by all means, if this is kind of a lot of jargon for you and it's quite difficult, I empathize with you. I sympathize with you. Just do it a few times. Go back and look at the example. It's going to take a while to get it. I mean, you're learning a new language, right? So these are really new principles and concepts to try and understand. Okay, so yeah, I think I'll stop there for today. When we come back, well, when I come back, I'll continue with the tone formula list, because we learned one, right? LLD is falling tone. Well, I'm going to tell you now that there's actually 20. There's 20 possible formulas. So one is LLD, another is LSD, another is LM, or ML. Anyway, you'll learn. I'm just telling you in advance that once you've learned these 20 formulas, when you look at any word and you get the formula, you just instantly know, because you've memorized, LLD is falling, so now I can read this word with the correct tone. Because at this point you can read the word phonetically left to right, but you don't yet know the tone. So once you've learned all these tone rules and use this systematic approach of getting the components of the three components for the formula, then you know the tone. All right, I will stop there, guys. That was an intense 40 minutes. I had to get the laundry again because of the rain, but I think I did it quite a lot for you. All right, my son wants to watch cartoons now. Okay, guys, well, I'll stop there for now, and you'll see me again with hopefully a blue sky and no more rain in the next video. But yeah, all right, keep watching. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. It's another day here for recording. I think this is my 5th day in a row. So hopefully today I can get this all done. I would like to have the weekend off for editing. Well, there's not much to edit. All right, anyway, where are we? We're looking at live and dead syllables, right? Okay, so I tried my best in explaining this, and I really hope that makes sense. But like I said, be sure to review it quite a few times so that it makes sense to you. Okay, let's keep going. So I touched on this just a minute ago, that the tone formula list, right, there are 20 possibilities or possible formula combinations to determine a word's tone. So let's just go ahead and learn the first 12. We're learning the first 12 because the other 8 are their own sort of separate category. It's going to make sense as we do this. All right. So, as we know, there are 3 classes, right? We've got low on the left, low class, and then we've got mid class in the middle, and then high class on the right. That's represented by the first letter in each formula, right? So you can see L 1 to 4, and then M 5 to 8, and then H 9 to 12, right? So we've got 3 classes. And then the next thing you look at is whether it's a short or long vowel, right? But then you also have to look at whether it's a dead or live syllable. So when you add up all the different combinations, you get 12. If you're just solely working with the 3 classes, and then short or long vowel, and then ending in a live or dead syllable. So there you are. All right. I'm not going to read through these. It just is what it is. So it's just something that you need to memorize. All right. It's just simple as that. It's the boring memorizing stuff again. All right. So you might have your own ways about how to memorize this. Just put them on a piece of paper. Try and cover them and do them throughout the day. I can't remember if I talked about this in the slides about how to remember it. Okay, let's just keep going. So those were the 12 combinations using the class, vowel length, and then syllable ending, right? So we need to talk about one other part, or basically the other 8, right? There's 20, and that was 12, so we've got 8 more. What about the 8 others? What are they? Well, in addition to the basic tone rules, Thai also has 4 tone markers that can override the standard tone formulas. Think of these markers as having veto power when present. So they dictate the tone regardless of the normal rules. To fully understand how tone markers work, let's first learn their names and then explore the 8 tone markers specific formulas, which complete the full set of 20 formulas for tones. All right, sounds fantastic, doesn't it? All right. This just sounds so good to learn. I'm going to learn a load of formulas. Well, yes, you are. All right. So these are the tone marker names. There's 4 tone markers. But I mean, the name tone marker is a bit misleading because it's almost like, these 4 tone markers are what determine Thai tones. No, they are just 4 tone markers which can represent 8 possible tone formulas. Actually, there's 12 other ways to get a formula depending on what we just learned, the class, the vowel length, and how it ends. So that's kind of misleading, like saying, these are the tone markers. If I just learn these, then I'll know all the tones in Thai. No. You'll know 8. You'll know 8 of the 20. All right, so anyway, there's 4 of them. They are called as followed. Mai ing, that's just like a little dash, a little straight up line above the consonant, and then you've got mai to. That is like a little circle, and it's got a little hook going off it. You might have your own way of visualizing it or describing it. And then the third one is Maitri. Maitri is actually a Thai number. All right, I'm pretty sure it's 7, but I might be mistaken. My Thai numbers are a bit rusty. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's just a little small 7 which is above the word, and then it makes it a Maitri tone marker word, which will affect its formula. So it's called Maitri, but I'm pretty sure it's just the number 7. But it's not functioning in any way as 7, right? You know that. And then the last one is Mai Tatawa, which is like a little plus. So there you are. These are the 4 tone markers. And let me have a drink and then I'll show you how they work. Okay, so basically, like I said, we've got 8 tone marker specific formulas to learn next, right? And that's going to complete our 20 full formula system. All right, here they are. Well, continuing on from 13 to 20, you can see that I've written 1 T as meaning the first tone marker. So these are in order, right? That the first one is the first tone marker. So the my ache is 1 T, right? The second one, my toe, that would be 2 T. The third one would be 3 T, and then the fourth one, my tatawad little plus, that would be 4 T, right? So just be aware that it's in that order. I should have put 1 T, 2 T, 3 T, 4 T, if that helped you. But anyway, that's what I mean by that. So if you want to, on your notes in your PDF, if you printed it out, I don't know if you could edit your PDF, but anyway, you might want to just write here beside it 1 T, 2 T, 3 T, 4 T, because that's what I mean in this chart. Okay, so same again. I could just go through these, but it's just pointless, reading the page for you. It is what it is. For example, if there is a maybe I should explain a little bit. If you have a first tone marker, or this one, right, the mai, you see it up there, the little line, all right. If that first tone marker is on a low class syllable, all right, the L is the class. So when dealing with the first and second tone markers, they affect the class, but you also have to differentiate between whether it's low class, mid, or high. Right, you see that? So for example, 1, the first tone marker on a low class consonant, regardless of any other rules of what you learn, if you see that on a low class syllable, you don't have to pay attention to the vowel or the syllable ending. All right, you solely look at if it's a low class or a mid class or a high class, because if you have a first tone marker, the my egg, that little dash, if you have that on a low class syllable consonant, it is a falling tone. That's the way it is. And if it's on a mid class consonant, then it's a low. The same with high, and that just overrides the whole tone system that we learned. So that's for the first tone marker. The second tone marker, which if I go back here, that's like that little circle with a hook going on the right. So if that is on a low class consonant word, meaning that word begins with a low class consonant, well then that word becomes high tone. And if it's on a word which is either mid or a high class consonant, then that word becomes a falling tone. Alright, so for the first tone marker and the second tone marker, you do actually have to differentiate between whether it's low, and then if you like, you can pair mid and high together, because they would be the same tone, whether it's the first tone marker or the second tone marker. But in any way, you have to just pay attention to the class of the consonant if you're dealing with the first and second tone markers. But when you get to the third and fourth tone markers, this is quite easy. It is a lot easier, actually. I wish they had just done this for all the words. anyway, if it's the third tone marker, the maitri, which is the like little number 7, I think, and then the fourth tone marker, which is like a little plus, these are just like vetoes. So you don't even have to look at the class. You see, it's just 3T, third tone marker. So if you see a third tone marker, that one there, right? If you see that on any word, it is just high tone. It's really easy. You don't even have to look at the class, because with the first tone marker and the second tone marker, you actually had to, okay, is it low or is it mid or high? But this time for the third tone marker, it's just always going to be a high tone, and you don't have to look at the class. And then likewise, if it's the fourth tone marker, the little plus, that on any word makes it a rising tone. So when you see them, they're quite easy. Well, they're very easy to read because they're just like vetoes. You just read them either high or rising. Okay, this is it. All right, this is the complete 20 formula list. You need to memorize this. It's not well, it could be fun for you. Maybe you figure out a fun way to do it. But I mean, there's nothing, essentially at its core, fun about doing this. For me, I just printed this out on a piece of paper. I did it as one long column. I had to split it here because I'm dealing with a landscape PPT, right? But I mean, if you can, put this as just one long column with 20 rows going down. Just stick it on your wall somewhere, stick it on your door, stick it, and put it up several places. Keep it in your pocket throughout the day for a week. Do what you have to do to memorize these 20 tone markers, because what's going to happen is when you start reading words, right? Because we know the phonetics, right? We know what the consonants are, we know what the vowels are, but we don't yet know. Okay, I know, for example, if we go way back to my example where I was working with the word mark, right? You remember this one up there? All right, mark, right? M-A, and then it ends in a glottal stop K. I mean, before this point, we just know it's M-A-K. Or it's M-A glottal stop K, so it's a long R. We know it's mark, but we don't know whether it's mark. Like, we don't know which mark it is. So that's why once you've done the understanding of formulas, you can then look at it and say, oh, it's LLD. But just knowing LLD isn't enough if you haven't memorized, straight away, LLD is falling. Like, it's got to be that quick. You got to think, okay, LRD, falling. HSD, that's low. HLD, that's low. Ironically, I said this before, LSD is high, so that's probably like the easiest one to remember. LSD is high. Just like the drug, right? For those of you who aren't getting it. So, in the beginning, it might seem like, really? I've got to equate like all of these formulas to a tone? Yes, you literally do have to systematically program your brain to know that this formula is this tone. But obviously, the more and more that you read Thai, your mind is going to get familiarized with certain words, and it's going to just know that, okay, that's a mid-class consonant. Oh no, it's ending in that way. And eventually your brain will just look at a word, and just by sheer familiarization and being accustomed for doing this for so long, because in the beginning you're really going to have to train your brain to look at a word, and you're going to have to break it down into 3 components, and then you get the formula, and then you get the tone because you've memorized it. That's going to be quite burdensome, to be honest. It takes a lot of time and effort, and you just got to be patient. But you do it long enough to a point where your brain, when it looks at a word, it's no longer doing all of those steps. It's just going like, boop. It's going straight to the tone. But behind the scenes, it's doing all of that work. What I mean is, when it's looking at a word, yes, it's breaking down the components, 1, 2, 3. Okay, it's getting the formula, and then it's equating that to the tone, and then you read the word. But you have to do that manually in the beginning. You have to do that manually. But after you do it manually enough times with enough words, your brain gets accustomed and familiarized, and it gets automated, and that just becomes second nature, and eventually you get to a point where you just know the tone of most common words that you're reading. But it's helpful for when you learn new words and you're not quite sure, hold on a minute, is that, and then you might have to come back to this tone system method to acquire the tone. But okay, like I said, nothing fun to do now other than just memorize these formulas. All right, we're gonna need them when we keep going. Okay, this is a chart that I talked about a long time ago. I'm still recording, right? Yes, thank God. Where there's other ways that people like to learn Thai rules. One of them was this chart. I'm not gonna bother teaching about it. You can just look at it and figure it out yourself. I found it to be a bit maybe oversimplified, and you might like it, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna put it down if it's good for some people. I just preferred this way. I preferred the list like this. I mean, basically that chart is this, right? It's the same thing. It's just presenting the data in a different format. So if you like it that way, well, remember it that way. If you like it this way, do it that way. Okay, let me have a drink here, guys. Okay, so you might be wondering, okay, this is great. We're learning about these formulas and how to, break up every word into 3 components, but can we just practice doing it? Because I haven't, I'm not sure if I can do this. Well, we're going to do it together. I'm going to show you how you can actually do this. It is possible. It may sound like a lot of theory at this point, but we're going to actually go through some together. Okay, so applying the tone formula in 3 simple steps, because every word is comprised of 3 components. Okay, so you can determine the word, the tone of any Thai word in just 3 simple steps using this method. It's not simple, but it is worth it. It is beneficial. Okay, step 1. Technically, you do already know all of this. I'm just putting it into writing. So step 1, identify the initial consonant class. All right, I said that many times throughout what we just learned. Step 2, determine if the vowel is short or long. And step 3, check if the syllable is live or dead. This is how you know for sure what the tone of a Thai word is. This is it. It's 3 steps. You may be thinking, golly gosh, do Thai people do this every time they learn a word? No. Did they ever do this when they were learning their own language? No, probably not. I mean, they're just acquiring the language naturally, and they have this just a sense of the tone because they're just so used to it. But anyway, this is systematically how you do it. All right. Okay, so let's do this together. Right? Let's dissect the word into 3 components again. Let's take this word. I'm gonna read it for you. Well, actually, do this. Can you read it? You know the vowel, right? You know the consonants. So I'll give you a second here. Read the blue word at the top. Don't worry about the tone. Okay, just read it in a mid-tone. What did you get? Okay, if you just read it in a mid-tone, you would have got can. All right, actually the correct tone is can. All right, but we'll learn that now. So remember, we just talked about the 3 steps. Okay, so let's do it together. Identify the class of the consonant. So what have we got? The first consonant sound. We're not talking about reading left to right. We're talking about what is the first consonant being pronounced, and it would be the K. All right, it's the K right there. Okay, so what class is that K? If you remember your consonants from that memorization assignment I gave you, you would know it's high class. All right, so we've got H. So we write we write H as part of our formula. Next, we look at the vowel. Is it a long or short vowel? Well, it's sara'e. I have to write the silent marker there, or else I'm not able to actually write it in the font in the program in the PowerPoint. So cut out obviously the little consonant there. It's just the air, and air is a long vowel, so we write L. Okay, and how does the word end? Does it end in a live or dead syllable? Well, it ends in a N sound, all right? Or if you've memorized the names, if you've been really super hardworking and committed to this course, you might have actually memorized all of the names at this point. Well, bravo to you. It's non-u, right? So it's N basically, all right? And that is a sonorant consonant, or it's a live syllable, so we write L. All right, so what we left with for our formula, we are left with HLL, right? So the H was the high class, the L was the long vowel, the L was the live syllable. HLL, we've got that. And according to our tone chart, if I were to go back to it, HLL corresponds to a rising tone, right? Let's go back to and find it. Can you find HLL in there? All right, go find it. All right, if you haven't found it yet, it's number 12. HLL, rising. But if you've memorized that, you would be like, "Foop, got it. Yep, HLL, rising. Yep, see it." So now we can go back, yeah, where we initially just read this word phonetically. We're like, okay, it's can, but we don't know whether it's can. Is it, which one of the 5 tones is it? Well, we have just figured it out, haven't we? It's rising tone. So you're saying it can. Very good. Can means arm. All right, well done. You've learned another word in the meantime. Okay, so we have finished tone rules. Wasn't that fun? Yes, it was amazingly fun. Well, I hope you had as much fun learning about that as I did teaching you. Now, to be honest, I actually am enjoying this. It might not look like it, but this is something I've wanted to do for a long time, and I'm really actually happy that I'm able to put out this video to help people who want to learn Thai. That is the goal, right? And I'll just reiterate this again. I am not expecting or implying that this is the only course that you need to learn Thai. By no means. I just hope it's something that is comprehensively sufficient enough to give you everything you would need for everyday life in Thai, but it might not be the only method. You can do it alongside other courses, and it might not float everybody's boat. It might not be everybody's cup of tea, you know. So I do this in quite a systematic approach, and it's not exactly fun, but it's just effective for those who like it this way. Anyway, last unit. Wow, congratulations. We are on reading drills. So we have learned everything we need to read Thai. We've learned about the consonants. We've learned about the vowels. Okay, we've equivalated them. Is that a word? Yes, it is. Equivalated them to their English equivalents. So we know what they literally read as. And then we've learned the tone rules. So we know how to now give the correct tone to what we are phonetically able to do, but we need to do some practice, right? So we've got some reading drills here. Let me take a drink here. I've actually got more than an hour. I've got about an hour and a half today, so I don't have to be a bit too rushed. I'm usually so rushed in doing this, right? So let me just take a break here, all right? Let me slow down for you guys. Reading Thai words involves 2 key components, all right? So this is what I just touched on, or this is what I just basically said a second ago. Pronouncing the word correctly by reading it phonetically. You know, you got to that point by about unit 5, right? So by unit 5, you were able to read words phonetically, but you didn't yet know the tone. So after we finished the lesson 7, lesson 6, unit 6 about tone rules, well then effectively you do know how to identify its tone, right? So for this exercise, we will focus solely on reading each word with a mid-tone. I'm not gonna burden you with that with that complicated and tedious task of what's the word? The deciphering of my English is really lacking here. The tone for each word, but we're gonna just use a mid-tone, right? You know, remember we came back to this word can, where I just told you, like, you know, just don't worry about getting the tone. What do you read? And you're like, can, all right? And then we learned that it's can, all right? So the same thing here. I just want you to use a mid-tone, just your basic robotic emotionless just that's what we're going with, all right? So for the first exercise, we're going to do that with just the mid-tone, all right? But then for the second exercise, then we are going to practice actually determining the correct tone for some common words. So at least you're making this effort for some words which actually you might use, you know. So I think it would be quite helpful. It's not like wasted effort for no reason. Okay, so this is exercise set 1. Let me just go check how many sets there are. Okay, there's 4 sets, all right? So for exercise 1, we are just reading left to right. We're just reading one row at a time. And I just want you to repeat after me. I'm going to read each word one time, all right? But I'm going to do the set twice, okay? Or else you might get confused between words. If I'm repeating them, you might be, oh, has he gone to the next word? So I'm just going to do each word once, all right? We're going to read it left to right. Each row by time, reading it one time, and then I'll repeat the set for the second time. So like I just said, this is quite, how can I put this? I actually have to fight against my nature, or the methodical, systematic approach that I've programmed my mind in, because my mind, when it looks at these words, it wants to read it in the correct tone. But I'm forcing myself to just keep it mid. So for the sake of just phonetically reading the word. But when we get to the exercise 2, we'll actually read the words with the correct tone. All right. So just remember that we're practicing all these words, reading them phonetically with a forced mid-tone, all right? Some of these words shouldn't be mid. Well, some of them could be, but there could be a whole variety of tones in here between tone 1 to tone 5. So just remember, we're only using mid-tone. Don't, you know, put this in your long-term memory that, okay, this word is pronounced like that. Well, it's pronounced like that, but it might not be the right tone. So what I'm saying is, don't at this point associate the tone with what it should actually be. It's just purely for exercise. We're reading it with mid-tone. Does that make sense? All right, I bet it does. Hold on. All right, mate. All right, buddy. Whoever you are, wherever you are, let's read these. Okay, are you ready? One at a time, going left to right, and then row by row. Well, actually, you could challenge yourself. You know, let's do this for each slide. Pause the video right now, and try and read it yourself. Okay. Pause the video right now. Have a go. Nothing to lose, have you? You know, just see if you can read them. And then when you're ready, play the video again and we'll read it together. Okay, so last time, pause the video. Do it. Okay, and we're back. Did you do it? How'd you go? All right. Now let's read it together. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Ma. Me. Mu. Second row, ma, mi, mu. Third row, ma, mi, mu, mu. All right, very good. I think for myself, rather than just reading them again, I'm just gonna cut and copy what I just did in the editing software. So, all right, here we go. Round 2. There it is. Ma, mi, mu. Second row. Ma, mi, mu. Third row. Ma, mi, mu, mu. Okay, so you just completed the second round, or the second time doing that. Well done. Let's keep going. So we'll do the same again for set 2. Let's, well, first of all, don't you forget challenge yourself. So stop the video. Stop. You know, go ahead. Try and read it yourself one time. All right, welcome back. You did that right. Okay, let's see how you did. Okay, repeat after me. Ka, ki, ngu, ja, si, su, ya, da, ti, ti, nu, bu. All right, and then one more time. Let's do it. Ka, ki, ngu, ja, si, su, ya, da, ti, ti, nu, bu. Okay, well done. We've got 2 more sets to go. How are you doing? When you tried to do it by yourself, was it correct when you compared it to my my revealing, my what's the word in English? Anyway, when I did it for you, so was it correct? Well, congratulations to all of you who are getting it right. Well done. That means you've really put in a lot of effort in memorizing those consonants and vowels, so it's paying off. For those of you who are maybe lacking and are not sure, well, you might have to, you know, spend a bit more time reviewing those consonant and vowels with those flashcards that you printed off. All right, let's go to set 3. All right, here we go. Same again. Pause the video. Try and do it yourself. Okay, welcome back. Let's do it. Ba, pi, fu, ma, ri, lu. Third row, I forgot to tell you that. Anyway, wa, ha, bri, pli, kru, hu. Okay, and then we'll do that one more time. Ba, pi, fu, ma, ri, lu. Third row, I forgot to tell you that. Anyway, wa, ha, bri, pli, kru, hu. Okay, welcome back. How was that? Well, it might have been a little bit of a struggle because on the third row I started to introduce some consonant clusters. For example, we had a BPR and then we had a PL there, we had a KR. All right, let's go to set 4. This is the last set. This time we're going to add in some endings. All right, so we're going to throw in some live syllable endings along with some glottal stop endings, or basically the dead syllable, right? So are you ready? Pause the video. See how you do. Try and do it yourself. Okay, welcome back. Now we're going to do it together. Repeat after me. Here we go. Row 1. Pan. Kam. Sak. Yan. All right, row 2. Tip, neen, bit, bean. Row 3. Put, fook, dut, toon. Repeat after me. Here we go. Row 1. Pan, kam, sak, yan. All right, row 2. Tip, neen, bit, bean. Row 3. Put, fook, dut, toon. All right. It was a bit more difficult, was it? Well, for those of you who got set 1 and set 2 right, you might have been a bit chuffed with yourself, thinking, "Oh, right, I think I got this." And then as soon as you get to set 4, it's like, "Whoa, all right." It's it's a bit tricky now when you get to some of these consonants that look a bit funky. Well, regardless of how well you did, I just want to encourage you that you're doing very well if you got this far, and just even for trying, mate, well done. But for those of you who did get them actually all correct, well then, just serious hats off to you. That is a massive accomplishment. And if you have been learning this video, you know, seriously putting in some effort, you know, doing the weeks and weeks of memorizing, and you've got to this point and you can actually read these words, like, because, you know, I told you to pause it and try and read it by yourself. If you were able to do that, that is absolutely incredible. I mean, you started off not being able to, you know, in any way, well, you might have had a little bit of ability to read some Thai words if you've been there for a long time, but you might have been like me when I started Thai. I didn't even know the language. I didn't even know a single word, mate. And when I looked at the Thai script, it's just like a load of squiggles and, you know, scribbling on the page. I was like, what is that? And now look at you. It actually looks like, you know, letters, and you can read it left to right. You can see the consonants and vowels. So I hope that is of encouragement for you. If you are able to have a good ability at reading these words so far. Okay, well, did you do that a second time? I can't remember if I told you to do it a second time. Well, either way, I'm gonna put that in the edit so that you repeat after me 2 times. Okay. So we've gone through those 4 sets. If you want to go back in the video and you know, try and do them again, well then, yeah, go for it. The more the better. I would recommend that, you know, try and get through all of these sets without, you know, having to refer to my demonstration in order to know what they say. So if you're able to then read all of them by yourself, well then that is fantastic. That's a goal. So let me just do this. I'm just going to hang on. I'm just going to pause on each page here. All right. So let's go through them again, but just you do this. Right? I'm just going to go on the page so that you can pause it. All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Pause. All right. You've done it. Welcome back. Next one. Okay. And then next one. Okay, and the last one. All right, well done. So I'm sure you just paused on each slide there and you tried to read them again. All right, well done. So if you are sufficiently able to read all of those words quite fluently without any real hang-ups, you know, not spending too long on each word. You don't want to be spending any more than about 2 seconds figuring out each word. Well then I'd call that a pass if I were you. Okay, exercise 2. Now we're going to actually do some tone determination exercise. So let's learn 10 common verbs, all right, and we'll determine the pronunciation along with the tone. Okay, we're doing pretty good. All right, so we've got 10 words here, and what we're going to do is I can't remember if I do all of this for you. I think I'll leave some of this as your homework. Anyway, so let's look at the first word. Is read. Do any of you know what read is in Thai? Well, if you know it already, good for you. If you don't, well, let's do it together. Let's find out the components. So we're looking for just the different parts of the word. What are the consonants? What parts are the vowels? All right. So we've got a vowel ah. All right. And because we're starting with a vowel, we therefore need to use the placeholder to put the vowel there. We can't just write the word ah. We can't just write the vowel ah straight away. If we're starting with a vowel, we need to use the o-ang, right? If you know the word of it, the name of it, sorry, it's called o-ang. Well, that place marker. So you put that silent consonant there, and then we've got the silent ah, all right? And we've also got the tone marker. That, if you remember, is 1T in your formula. It's the first tone marker. And then we're ending in a N or a non-U, if you remember the name. So what's the formula? Well, the formula is 1TM, because we've got the first tone marker, that's the little dash, right? And then it's using the mid-class consonant, which is the non-U, the N, all right? So what is 1TM? If you remember your formulas and you memorize them like the back of your hand, well then you'll be able to tell me straight away, oh Chris, that is a low tone. I was going to say mid-tone there. Low tone, all right? So how do you read this word? It is read an. So do you remember, it's like your lazy tone voice. So if we compared it with a mid voice, let's just say an, that's your robotic an, but now we need to bring it down a notch. So an becomes an. You see there? An. So just get in your lazy mode when you're saying the low tone, okay? So an, all right, means read. All right, let's do another one. I don't know how many of these I do for you. I think I do the whole page. Okay, so second one is write. For those of you who know write, have a go at reading that one. Well, even just try and read it phonetically now, you know? Can you read it? All right, well, let's break it down. So what have we got? The word begins with the consonant K. Okay, it's not reading left to right because we've got the vowel in the way. So we're starting with the consonant as the beginning. So we've got a K, and then we've got the vowel ia. All right, and then how are we ending? Well, we're ending in an N again. All right. So how do we figure out the formula? Do you remember? We're looking at three things. Do you remember the order that we look at them in? We look at the class, we look at the vowel length, or we look at, and we look at the way the word ends. All right, we do this because it hasn't got a tone marker. Right, it's different than number one that has a tone marker. So if you ever see a tone marker, those one of four tone markers, well then just forget about the original three components. You're just solely looking at, well, if it's the first or second tone marker, you're just looking at the class or consonant. But if it's the third and fourth tone marker, well then it's just a fixed tone. You don't have to do any work. So those are a lot easier. Anyway, what's the formula? Well, we've got a high class consonant, that's the K, that's the ka. I think that's ka khoet, but it's not the official one. It's the obsolete one, but it's been changed. Or is it the ka? Anyway, it's the ka. It's one of the Ks. That K is a high class, and then we've got ia. That's a long vowel, so we write L, and then it ends in a N or nonu, which is a live syllable. Or if you remember it in the sense of like lon, you remember that? If it's NM or NG at the end, as well as it could also be a long vowel, either or. So in this case, it's the N ending. So it's a live syllable. So we've got HLL. What is HLL? HLL is rising. So if we read it in a mid-tone, we've got kian, but we need to say kian, all right, because it's rising. So kian becomes kian. Like, for example, an became an, but this time kian is becoming kian. So a good way to find the correct tone for each word is actually to just start off with mid. So just say it in a mid tone, kian, just phonetically get the word right first, then you can practice it with the right tone. So I'd recommend that order when you're trying to decipher the tone for the word, or just in general when you're trying to now phonetically read Thai. Just get the phonetics right first. So just read the word left to right in a mid-tone, and then say, okay, now what's the tone, and then adjust your tone by using your mid-tone as a base, as a reference. So for example, we said kian becomes kian. All right, so we've got number one, an. Number two, kian. All right, let me take a drink here. All right, I really want to get this done today because Saturday, Sunday, I want to take a break. Ugh. Sorry, guys, I just really downed and gulped down my protein shake, so I'm trying to keep down my burps here. All right, number three. What's this? The word learn. Very helpful word for you learning Thai, right? So what have we got? Try and read it by yourself for a second. All right, pause the video. All right, come back. Okay, what is it? Well, we've got... Oh, sorry, it's your homework. Oh, there we go. I forgot when doing this PPT how much I did for you, but I probably realized it's going to be knackering for me if I keep doing all of them for you. But anyway, just going through 1 and 2 is enough for you guys to get the gist of how you break down each word, right? So let me just recap. If it hasn't got a tone marker, then you look at the word in 3 components, right? The class, the long or short vowel, or I could just say the class, the vowel, and the ending, or the syllable ending, right? And if it has got a tone marker, well then you just break it into, if it's the first and second tone marker, you look at the class. If it's the third and fourth tone marker, it's a fixed tone, you don't have to do any work. So 3, 4, and 5 are your homework. For those of you who would like to, probably comment and break down this word, well, you could comment down low in the video below. I haven't even been asking anybody to do any kind of comments below. Usually you watch these YouTube videos, oh, comment below what you think about this, and what do you, actually, I guess I shouldn't have done that throughout the whole course, but I'll just say it now. Throughout this whole course, if you've got any questions, if you've got any points where you're not getting it, or you'd like to ask a direct question, just leave me a comment, mate. I'm not going to promise that I'm going to answer all of them, as quick as possible, because I mean I'm pretty busy, to be honest. I'm doing this in my free time. I'm really cramming this in this week, because if I don't do these videos this week, I'm telling you, I'm not going to have any time in the future to get such a big video as this done. But I really wanted to just get it up and running, because I'm going to get a bit busy looking after my kids now. Anyway, 3, 4, and 5 are your homework. There's more. 6 to 10 are also your homework, all right? So if you printed these out on the PDF, I think what I'll do for you guys is on the PDF, I'm gonna make another page which doesn't have that like homework icon on it, or else you're not gonna be able to write on the paper. So yeah, just be aware, in the PDF I'll try and remember to remove the homework icon so that you can actually write straight in there. Okay, are we finished? No way, seriously? I can't believe that. How long's it been? 45 minutes. Are you kidding me? Seriously, let's see the next page. Whoa! Would you look at that? Congratulations! You have just finished Fluent Thai, course 1 of 20. Can you believe I'm going to do 20 of these courses? And each one is probably going to be about 3, almost 5 hours long. So, we're looking at a good, how much? 20 times 3, really? Yeah, somewhere between 50. It's going to be around about a 50-hour course comprised of 20 courses. So the whole complete, what's the word we're using in English? The whole complete thing, the whole complete thingy-majiggy. Right, the whole complete curriculum. It's going to be about 50 hours or so, and it's going to be really quite enjoyable to watch you guys grow and improve in your Thai language. And this is my first course, all right? It took me actually about 3 months to make the PPTs, because I was only doing it in my free time. And then I was gonna make the video in about March. This is March 2025, but then I got like a really bad acid reflux, and I had like a really bad cough for about 2 months. And then I lost my time slot, because I was going to do it in that time, because then 2 months later my wife gave pregnant to my second son, and then I'm busy with that. And then there was like a 2-week window where your baby is like really quiet because it just sleeps all the time, right? I was thinking, oh great, I can make a video. And then we all got COVID, right? I've had like a COVID cough for the past 2.5 months, and now it's like just about gone. I'm thinking, all right, I'll do it. I'll make the Thai Phonics course, and well, here it is. So, thanks a lot, guys, for watching this, and this is a serious undertaking on your part. For me, this is something that I'm doing in my free time as a hobby, and I really want to do it for you guys, to help you guys. So let's just recap here. It is a massive project of 20 courses, 3 levels. And we've just finished Thai phonetics. All right, we're in the beginner level. Next, I'm gonna take you through some survival phrases. All right, so now you've got the best foundation for your Thai journey. Remember that this course is for people who want to seriously speak Thai as one of your acquired languages. It's not just like people who want Pigeon Thai to just go to the market a little bit. I'm talking like you really want Thai to immerse yourself in the culture for whatever reason. I can honestly say learning Thai to a degree where you can express yourself however you want, and also be able to understand people in pretty much every and any given situation, it's gonna make living in Thailand and your relationships with Thai people so much more intimate and enjoyable. So I would encourage you to learn the language if you are serious about living in Thailand. It's just an awesome experience with that skill. Anyway, so survival phrases is my next course, guys. I did tell you at the beginning of this course that, you know, I'm doing this for free. However, of course, if you do appreciate what I'm doing, well, I want to let you know how you can support. Rather than me answering all these comments and telling you, I might as well just say it now in the video. So it's just the generic YouTuber thing that we do. We tell you to like, share, and comment. I always feel like, why am I telling them to like, share, and comment? I mean, if you like the video, you're gonna like it. If you want to share it with your friends, well, then you would want to share it with your friends anyway. And if you want to comment, you would do that anyway. But I do also get the fact that sometimes you just forget. You know, I like loads of videos on YouTube, but I don't like them. But it doesn't mean I don't like them. I don't really have this. I just don't remember. I don't feel like, oh yeah, I need to give this guy a like. So yeah, I'm just giving you a friendly touch on the shoulder, mate. You know, if you like this video, please don't forget to like it. It does help me, and by all means, I'm just gonna be honest and upfront about this. Of course, I'm doing this for free. Yeah, it's all for free, totally for free, mate. I really want to help you to learn Thai. That's why I'm doing this. I'm doing this as my hobby. I like it. I want to review Thai, and I want to also improve the way that I teach. So I thought this was a double whammy. But of course, I'm not gonna lie. If I'm able to anyway have some sort of financial reimbursement for the time that I'm doing this, so of course I'm gonna be happy. Of course, I'm going to appreciate that. So, for sure, guys, the easiest way that you can actually financially support me for doing all this, if you appreciate the time that it's taken me to do this, I'm not going to give you this like drama story of how I've spent hours of my blood, sweat, and tears into this. It just is what it is. You know that. But by all means, you know, give me a like, share, and comment. It helps with the algorithm, all right? And YouTube is going to help push out my video more, and the only way that I'm going to make any kind of income on this video is a pre-roll ad in the beginning. So there's one little ad in the beginning, and I'm not going to put in any mid-rolls. I don't want to disturb the teaching, so that's one way. But I'm not going to be able to make any income on that if I don't actually get to the threshold. So I haven't actually mentioned this yet, but subscribe. If you're not subscribed, please subscribe. I know it took me a long time since my first video of opening this channel to actually get it out, but now I'm actually going to start putting out videos probably at least every 3 or 4 months, which, to be honest, is ideal because the videos themselves are so big and the content of each course is so much that it's going to take you about 3 or 4 months with each video to actually learn it and review all the content. So it actually works out well. So don't forget, guys, subscribe if you are liking what you're watching and you want to continue on this epic 20 courses journey across 3 levels. I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. And yeah, if those of you who would like to financially contribute, like, seriously, thank you. Like I just want to say thank you so much, because it takes a lot for somebody to really think, yeah, I'm gonna financially support this guy on YouTube for making this video, because a lot of YouTube videos, they'll say like, please support me, or, you know, I really need your support. I'm not telling you that I need or please. I really, to be honest, I don't like that style. It's just like, well, dude, if you're making the video and you're begging people for, like, you know, please support me because I can't make these videos without your support. Well, if your videos are good anyway, they're going to support you anyway, aren't they? You know, so I just really want to be quite frank and honest with you guys that you know, when it comes to like financially supporting me, please just make sure it's your own willful and joyful, and it's something like decision is what I'm trying to say. You know, if you want to do it, you do it, mate. And you think I'm going to appreciate it? Of course I'm going to appreciate it. But I don't want you to think that you have to do it, or I need you to do it, or I'm asking you. I just want to be really quite transparent that of course financial support is going to help me make more courses quickly with more ease, because I'm going to have access to more time in my schedule. It's just like as blunt as that. All right, so I'm doing this anyway in my free time, but of course things could be sped up if I had a bit of support to clear up time in my schedule. So I hope you guys appreciate that kind of honesty and sincerity. I just want to put that out there, and there's the button will be available if I get to the YouTube threshold, right? But if I don't get there, well then there are some payment links which, to be honest, would actually give me more of the, well, they give me basically the full amount. You know, if it's the YouTube way, they cut about 50 or 40%, I can't remember. Anyway, there's like some payment links below if any of you guys would like to do that way. Okay guys, ขอบคุณครับ เจอกันในคอร์สต่อไป alright, thank you very much. Is that my last slide? Yes it is. Okay, well thank you very much for watching this whole course. If you have like sat through the entirety of this course and you're even watching at this moment, I have no words to describe how thankful I am, because like it means so much to me, and it really is such an honor when somebody sees the value and the effort that I'm doing in making this course for you. And you know, to know that somebody is really like utilizing and making the most out of something that I've put out there to help you guys learn Thai, I'm really, really grateful. And you know, just to go back to the beginning, just to reiterate the goal, I'm doing this channel and this course to help you learn Thai, because I really believe that learning Thai will help you to enjoy Thailand, your experience here, and your relationships with Thai people so much more. And I can't think of a better reason to learn Thai. So if you haven't already decided to really make learning Thai a priority, I would encourage you to do so. And I hope that this course can just be one of many that help you in that journey. And I just want to say a humble thank you for you know, coming alongside me with this course and learning it. Thank you so much for putting in your time and effort and actually going along with my recommendations for the assignments. I really hope that you were able to memorize along all the steps. And I'll leave it there, guys. Thank you so much. My name is Chris, if you forgot that. All right, so I'm living here in Thailand. I'll put an email below if any of you want to contact me for whatever reason. You know, give me an email. I'll be happy to respond and yeah, get to know you guys. And lastly, be sure to comment. I really want to get to know all of you who are learning this course. This is one of 20, and it's going to be a massive journey together, and I'm really confident that your Thai is going to become fluent. All right, so ขอบคุณครับ เจอกันในคอร์สต่อไปนะครับ thank you very much. I'll see you guys in the next course. All right, see you later. Hey guys, this is some bonus material I just thought of after actually finishing all of the PowerPoint. I was just about to save this video and I realized, throughout the whole video I keep telling them that if they have access to a Thai native, that would be great. And here's good old me forgetting the fact that I have a Thai wife. So I just asked my lovely Thai wife if she wouldn't mind doing some recordings. So as far as the consonants are concerned, it's pretty pointless if I were to have them read them all, because they're just English equivalents for the most part. But the two pairs which will be interesting would be the D with DT and the B and BP pairs. So let's have a listen to her reading those two pairs so that you can hear the difference with a Thai native sound. Oh, and I just forgot to mention, she doesn't want to be recorded on camera, so there won't be a video of her in the bottom right. There'll just be the audio only.
ดอ ตอดอตอบอปอบอปอ
I'm back again with some more bonus material with my Thai wife's recordings. I figured it would be a good example if I had her read all of the Thai vowels for you and see if you can listen and repeat to a Thai native sound. So here we go.
อะอะอาอีอีอึอืออุอูเอเอเอแอะแอะแอโอโออออัวอัวเอียเอียเอือเอือเออเออไม่รู้เอออ๋อเออ ก่อนเออเออเอวเอวแอลแอลเอาเอาอิวเอียวไอไอไอออยโอยอวยเอยเอื้อยอำริอะอะอาอีอีอึอืออุอูเอเอเอแอะแอะแอโอโออออัวอัวเอียเอียเอือเอือเออเออไม่รู้เอออ๋อเออ ก่อนเออ เออ เอว เอว แอล แอล เอา อาว อิว เอียว ไอ ไอ อาย ออย โอย อวย เอยเอื้อยอำริ
Alright, I'm back again with the last set of bonus material. And this time I just asked my wife if she could read all of the names of the Thai letters. So let's have a listen.
กอไก่ ขอไข่ ขอขวด คอควาย คอคน คอระฆัง งองู จอจานฉอชิง ชอช้าง สอโซ่ ชอเชอ หรือชอกระเชอ ยอหญิง ดอชดา ตอประตัก ถอฐาน ทอนางมนโทง ทอมนที่ดักให้ดักทิน ทอมนโท ทอผู้เท่า นอเนน ดอเด็ก ตอเต่า ถอถุง ทอทหาร ทอธง นอหนู บอใบไม้ ปอปลา ผอพึ่ง ฝอฝา พอพาน ฟอฟัน พอสำเภามอม้ายอยักษ์ รอเรือ ลอลิง วอแหวน สอศาลา สอฤาษี สอเสือ หอหีบ ลอจุฬา ออ่าง ฮอนกฮูก กอไก่ ขอไข่ ขอขวด คอควาย คอคน คอระฆัง งองู จอจานฉอชิง ชอช้าง สอโซ่ ชอเชอ หรือชอกระเชอ ยอหญิง ดอชดา ตอประตัก ถอฐาน ทอนางมนโทง ทอมนที่ดักให้ดักทิน ทอมนโท ทอผู้เท่า นอเนน ดอเด็ก ตอเต่า ถอถุง ทอทหาร ทอธง นอหนู บอใบไม้ ปอปลา ผอพึ่ง ฝอฝา พอพาน ฟอฟัน พอสำเภามอม้ายอยักษ์ รอเรือ ลอลิง วอแหวน สอศาลา สอฤาษี สอเสือ หอหีบ ลอจุฬา ออ่าง ฮอนกฮูก